It's like me, but most people who play games like this don't listen to the soundtrack, really. Don't really want Kilonite in this. No. There it is. Kimberlite's fine. Like, I spend dumb amounts of money buying video game soundtracks on record. By dumb amounts of money, it's like I've spent like $50 on a record for a game that costs $3 before. It's like I am that person. Fiend? Does that mean that you hate them? What does fiend mean in this context? Okay, why are we all set to a millstone? Cool. I'm so fascinated by your millstone. Oh, I see. It's because they're set to prepare to fire. Duh, I thought I set them all to the other one. My militia commander's resting, and nobody's tending to him. Needs cleaning is the reason. Ah, because I removed the water zone, right? Are you still talking about the interludes? Because I know what you mean. Like, I'm not sure what else you're trying to explain. If that's what you're still talking about, Clay. Four artifact millstones and querns built? Dwarves just like them. It's that simple. Okay, military dwarf up and moving. Place item in tomb. That's what we need. We're working on dealing with him, Keyfry. It's gonna take time. We're trying. So you know what I'm gonna do? We're gonna go woodcutting, just don't bother. Mining, just don't bother. Hunting, just don't bother. Planting, just don't bother. Fishing, plant gathering, just don't bother. Literally just do the essentials, dwarves. We need items placed in tombs, or this fort's just gonna stay terrible. It's hauling Aegis's head. Thank you, Bone Doctor. Less miasma than your forts typically. I mean, we did just lose 100 dwarves in that one hallway. Hey, look, a baby was born. Brand new baby full. I wonder if it has a different sprite. Oh, looky, it do. It does have a different sprite. See? Baby horse. Versus biggie horse. Like in Dwarf Fortress, or are you making a joke about a real life kitchen? Because if this is in Dwarf Fortress, likely what's happening there is you just don't have enough space or barrels for... You likely just don't have enough space or barrels to store all of your food, so you just need more food storage. Okay, yeah. That would be my recommendation, was just check to see if you can get more barrels or rock pots or, you know, clay pots or something. On the bright side, though, we have enough bedrooms now, so I can actually get rid of this. We can just kill this dormitory up here. We don't need this here no more. Always look on the bright side of dwarves, right? Let's see how the miasma's doing. Okay, not so bad. You figured that out once you had like 2 people hauling. Ah, yeah, no. If you end up with that like, that job option where only we're putting Matt Damon's teeth into a coffin. If you end up in one of those situations where dwarves get removed from, how do I word this? Where dwarves get removed from a lot of the job tasks and they end up only one person or 2 people hauling, then yeah, it kind of screws that up pretty quick. Okay, so I know for a fact a lot of these dwarves aren't actually going to get tombs. They're just going to need to be memorialized. And there ain't much I can do about that. At least all these got placed. That's good. So for a bit now, all that I can really do is just wait for them to distribute stuff. Should have gone onto that soon. I mean, I'm guilty of that myself. Like, accidentally, just like absent-mindedly assigning one dwarf, and then just forgetting. Like, it's pretty hard to remind yourself of that. Especially, like, when I was learning this, job system. There was a few times where I accidentally, like, would just manually assign one labor, not really thinking about it, and then... oh no, can't do it. I have to keep placing coffins until when I assign these like this, they don't immediately get filled up with a dwarf. May have just doubled that one up. I'm going to say the thing that I said the first few times. I know exactly what you're talking about, Mirror Hall Clay. You are explaining it just fine. It's like there's really nothing to talk about. There are short interludes that are included in the game's soundtrack that are hidden in the game's files and OGG files. You explained it absolutely perfectly. There's nothing that you could have done to explain it better. I don't know what else to say to you. I mean, if it's a lot of the music that you're consuming, yeah, that makes sense. Walrus? So you're either, like, not listening to what I'm saying, or you're just disagreeing with me. They aren't interludes. What do you want me to call them? The short little sounds that play in between the sound... yes. What do you want me to call them? Intros, outros, sound bites? They're there. I've gone through the game files. Before the soundtrack was released, I extracted all the music from the game already. Like, what more do you want me to say? I've looked at all of the audio files for the games. Budgie Bites, exactly. Gremlin Nibbles. Derpy McGee's. Ambient sounds. Interludes. Applesauce shenanigans. Streamer is giving up. I'm not talking about music anymore. Diamond Destruct, what fucking dwarf do you want? This is like the most semantics, please kill me, I've had in a minute. What's up, some fool? Yeah, me too. I could also go for some applesauce shenanigans. That sounds lovely. Not dead one. Okay. I don't think this dwarf currently, right here, is dead. Diamond. We'll just go with Diamond because the other one just died. He is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance and culture. He is greatly pleased by his own looks and accomplishments, and he is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. He is currently more, tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds those that develop skill with weapons and fightings distasteful. Fightings? And values family and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes native copper, nickel, amber, opal, and sheep wool, cabochons and picks, and weapon racks, and the words of the berries of serenity, and the sound of the lacy phrases, and the sight of the musical blossom, and when possible prefers to consume elk, bird, and gutter crewer. No, it's just, they're just sounds that go along with the ambient sounds, and like you can call them interludes, you can call them whatever you want to call them, it doesn't really matter, but there are files in the game right now that are not currently being used. So just... There's really nothing to say, and we don't need to over-explain the existence of a file. I'm pretty sure most of the people in this chat understand what a computer file is. It doesn't really matter what we're calling them. They're in the game, and we know that. Anyways, his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His sideburns are clean-shaven. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His medium-length hair is... Yay! Migrants have arrived. His nose is hooked. He has a round chin, and his amethyst eyes are slightly rounded. His nose bridge is slightly convex, and his ears are somewhat tall, and his hair is cinnamon, and his skin is brown. All right. Bootleg Dr. Diamond? No, it's New Diamond. Diamond in the rough, even. Hope it's like 100 migrants. Well, currently it's like 10. I don't know if we need 100 right now. I don't know if I want to scar 100 with, yo, guys, put away all these bodies. Did any of them have names? Let's see. Integer just showed up. Look, it's Integer. Integer 3. Let's see. Anybody else? Yeah, I don't think we need 100 migrants personally, but like 30 would be nice. But yeah, looks like we just got 10. That's fine. Although I haven't been trading that much kind of intentionally to try and keep the migrant numbers down-ish. Also, it looks like we've got stuck dwarves trading. We're just going to get rid of that. I'm going to go down here and place a trade depot down here. Also, sorry for, like, being all snappy there. It's just, when you're trying to recover a fort, the last thing I want to be doing is arguing the difference between interludes, ambient sounds, sound effects, noises. It's just, right now is not the time nor place. Hey, welcome to Meatpit. It's called Meatpit. There's a pit, and there's dwarven bodies everywhere that are the meat. So we're trying to get it all into the meat pit. On the bright side, these are all going to be very hardened dwarves by the end of this. Recently, I had a notification that said a migrant has arrived. Were you at like 200 dwarves? Because that means one of two things. One, it's either a critter that's about to start eating your dwarves because it's actually a vampire, or you just hit your population cap. A bush tit cooked the meat pit. This is very true. We're now the cooked meat pit. It was a very memorable bush tit. Okay, so yeah, no, that would be why you'd only get one. Is if you hit your population cap, it'll stop allowing you to get more at that point. Finally, you get the fort name meaning? Well, I mean, the reason it's called the meat pit is because we're going to be throwing stuff into the pit. By that, I mean goblins, but, like, currently we are in the pit, and we all got turned into well-done steak. Definitely well done. Maybe beyond well done. Is that possible? I'm assuming it is. I'm sure somebody has made somebody do that at Outback Steakhouse and commit crime against steak. Really wonder what the total kill count of that bush tit was. Serve with ketchup? Oh, Lord. It's funny. I don't really consider myself an enthusiast of steak. I don't mind steak, and I will eat steak from time to time, but I generally don't eat steak. But the concept of having steak with ketchup is just, like, distressing to me.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
You know, sometimes I wonder, do you guys think that command demonetizes my VODs? Like, I think it was Saber on Discord earlier who was talking about the trend of, like, YouTubers censoring themselves. It's because YouTube became a Christian Minecraft server, if you weren't aware. Oh, absolutely. If I'm given the option, fish 10 times out of 10 over steak. 10 times out of 10. No question asked there. It's not even a contest. Salmon's also cheaper here anyway. Well, I've still got whole dwarves that haven't been tossed out yet. Salmon rules? What are the salmon rules? Just like Simon says. Polly died in there somewhere. That's a shame. Apparently we've finished making all of the coffins, so... So, these are still getting dwarves assigned to them as I'm building them. Yep. Still. See, here, I thought we would be getting to the end of them by now. I've made and placed 100 tombs. Do I really need more? Oh my lord. Safe level did they get at the start? I can't tell you that because I don't know. It highly depends on the world that you're in. So I don't actually have an answer for you for that question. I couldn't tell you what a safe level is. It also depends on the map that you're settled on. That's interesting. Well, I will extend that out to there, just so I have somewhere to put it. Certainly is a lot of tomb. We're still making coffins? Yeah, we're still making rock coffins. Looks like we're starting to get ghosts too. Wounded are being recovered. You love the skeleton? Oh, that's just a missing sprite, but yeah. For some reason, sometimes the skeletons get stacked on top of the coffin instead of going into the coffin. Which, personally, I think is hysterical, but... Another dwarf was just found dead, excuse me? Bone doctor's fighting? Oh. What? How did you... It's set to push. Someone ran over a dwarf with a minecart. God damn it. Okay, you know what? Fine then. If you insist. That's... Actually, hold on a second. Let me keep an eye on you going down. Because it's supposed to be push, not kick. That shouldn't damage anybody. Apparently it does. Welp. Oh, shit. There's a fungi wood growing there. Maybe we will get trees at some point. See how enthusiastic you get with this. I don't think I've ever had a dwarf die to a wooden minecart that wasn't powered. So that's a first for me. First time for everything, I suppose? You're dead, Gimli. Also, hi, Gimli. But don't worry, everybody's dead, so... Not quite everybody. Most people are dead. Most of the dwarves are dead. It was a horrific moment of violence. And fire? Yeah, mostly fire. A giant fire-breathing bush tit got into the fort because I thought I built a wall to block it out, but apparently we missed a block. Anyway, it didn't end so well. We were at 120 population. But you're told things are going swell. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll recover from this. It's just going to be a bumpy, 6 months to 2 years until we get some more migrants. Fire bush tit. You say that with a question mark like it's a strange occurrence. I did kind of like tempt fate though by leaving the caverns open, and I kind of did that knowingly, which was fun. Let's go all the way up to there. About the blood? The blood generally is what blood normally is. Blood exists inside of people. Actually, at this point, there's almost no blood left. It's mostly just like shoes and socks. Which is kind of funny in its own weird, dark way. It's like you can see all of the remnants of those that didn't make it. Is there a reason a devilish potato's skeleton hasn't been put away yet? Oh, right, yes, that blood. Yeah, no, the Forgotten Beast was so covered in blood that instead of shooting fire, it was just giving off steam of its own boiling blood. Which is kind of incredible. Metal as fuck? Yeah, actually. Yep, also 2 dwarves got bit by were creatures, so we have, Fly Kick and Arab are both were creatures. We have 2 were coyotes. Instead of steam is a power move. Here's the thing, right? I think that it, getting that covered in blood saved us. Because it gave our last military dwarf a chance to get through. Chat, look at this. We finally have enough coffins. Although, here's the thing. They're probably not going to be able to put them all into coffins because a lot of the dwarves burned. And then there's also, a devilish potato who's seemingly not getting put away. Gesundheit. Gimli. Sorry, I've been waiting for a while to make that joke. All right, I'm just going to finish setting this up right quick. That's wood. Recap. Where creature showed up, bit 2 dwarves. I dealt with it. Giant flying bush tit showed up in the basement, and we dealt with it. But first, it took out about 100 dwarves. So we have a couple coffins now. It's fine. It's decorative additions to the courtyard. Speaking of recaps, chat. Game is saving right now. Once the game's done saving, I'm going to let you guys just follow a dwarf, and I'm going to go get my lunch because it is 3:20 and my tummy just went grumpy. Which means I've been live for about 6 hours without a break, so I need a snack. Yes, Saber. I can give you guys an update as to who's alive in a moment. But yeah, I will be AFK for like a minute 30 while I grab my sandwich, basically. And take a real quick toilet break and check if there's takeout out there today. Oh, in regards to updates on the mystery takeout, there was no mystery takeout yesterday. So, but the mystery takeout bag did sit there for a day and a half. So, mystery takeout saga continues. We will see if more mystery takeout appears. I have also reported the mystery takeout to my landlady, and she said there isn't much they can do. So, which is fair. It's cute. It's your cue for a sandwich and a run. Just don't run into the sandwich. That wouldn't be positive. Pizza on the roof? So I live in like a multi-story building. If someone was able to get a pizza onto the roof of this building, I would be impressed. That's like, okay, so you guys know the scene from Breaking Bad where he throws the pizza onto the roof on the way out of his house? Much harder than that. I should have just gone and got my sandwich instead of waiting for the save to finish. Oh well. Ba-dum. I agree with this person on the Steam forums. Why do people complain so much about the lack of native Linux builds for Dwarf? I mean, it runs just fine in Proton. At this point. Pizza is very floppy and isn't good frisbee. Trust you. You have tried many a time. Yeah, I was gonna say, have you tried a frozen one? Because like, if you want to throw pizza frisbees, throw a frozen one. All right, so this adventure data seems kind of OP. Just putting it out there. Ah, great. So let you guys follow this dwarf, the one pushing the track vehicle. I'm gonna go get my sandwich, chat. If you guys want to stick around, that's cool. I will be gone for about a minute. When I get back, we'll continue playing Dwarf. I don't know. I would assume it's just NPC simulations. So, because like there are, the game has adventures and the, like, you know, those mercenaries and monster hunters and all those dudes that show up in your fort, those are adventurers. Those are like the game controls adventurers. So there's just something going on somewhere. Oh, it probably still overwhelms certain CPUs, but like, I don't know. To me, native Linux port isn't the biggest priority for Dwarf Fort right now. But anyway, whatever. That's all I'm suggesting. Anyway, I'm gonna go get a sandwich. I will be back shortly, and then we will continue saving this fort. Although the moods are already turning around. Got 2 happy dwarves again. I'll be back. Can I get a round of beers while I'm gone? If you happen to have a sound command, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. And if I come back to a pipe train, you guys get bonus points. For what? I don't know. What are we gonna do? You're an alert. It is a human caravan. That's perfect, actually. Perfect. It's actually a good alert. It's because I got lots of clothing to get rid of. And they're gonna come all the way down into here and trade. Because look at all of the clothing we're gonna have to get rid of. You know, swan leather? That's kind of rad. I got a comment that I saw that I glanced at on my phone while I was grabbing my sandwich, which is right next to me now, which I'll start eating after we get all this stuff set up for trading. But the comment was left on the, like, social news post thingy that I made on my YouTube channel, basically stating, hey, there's a beta branch now. And this one person left a comment stating, hey, if this is the speed for updates for Dwarf Fortress, oh boy, I'll see you in the next life. Basically saying I'm done. I think that I just need to remind everybody, Dwarf Fortress has always had a notoriously slow development. Updates don't happen super frequently. And when they do, there's generally breaks between that and the next update. Basic fixes take a long time, and this is just kind of what happens when you have a very, 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 very old code base like this. Dwarf Fortress is just particularly notorious for this. And it kind of makes me sad that there are still people who haven't realized that. That or they have and they just like are willfully ignorant of it? I don't know. It's just like, yes, bringing in another programmer is going to speed things up somewhat, but it's not going to make the game immediately, you know, light speed difference. And also, yes, a artifact was also initiated. Abil Elish Kib, the farmer, has claimed it, and they're not there right now, which means they clearly have what they need, so... No, it's not that the devs value their sanity. It's like, this game is slow. Like, it's slow. It's got really nothing to do with the devs valuing their sanity. Oh, it means that babies are getting sprites slowly. Most of the animals have baby variants now. Also that imploded command. You are correct. The only reason it makes me sad is posting that news post has lost me about 30 subs on YouTube. Because people are going, fuck you, this is taking too long. That's why it makes me sad. Anyway, I'm gonna eat this sandwich. No, it's because we're literally getting baby sprites. We're also getting, like, bug fixes and under the hood stuff, but babies are the big noticeable thing. Although not for dwarves yet. I don't know. It doesn't say anything about that in the patch notes, so I think not. KTL? But the stock screen loads really quickly now. If you had a really... If it took forever for you to load stocks previously, they load real fast now. I'll let Chad explain that one. It's compatibility stuff for bigger monitors, Gimli, and graphics rendering. Not necessarily true, Wakapepe. I think a lot of people spent years of their life hearing about Dwarf Fortress and never playing it and never researching it, really, just hearing about it. And then when Premium came out, they all jumped on and took that as an opportunity to play it. Well, now it's out. And I think some of them have gotten a rude awakening that maybe the game isn't exactly for them, or it just is an obtuse, weird thing that has a much slower development than people necessarily wanted it to have, and are now being disappointed. So, I mean, look at my stats on my stream. It's dropped every month, and largely that is due to impatience. I don't think people just hate me. Although I wouldn't put it past them, frankly. I hate me, so other people probably do as well. But generally, like, numbers have been dropping dramatically. Yeah, I agree. I think the tutorials in-game kind of suck. But as somebody who's made a lot of tutorials for Dwarf Fort, I don't know how they would have made them better, really. Especially with what is current... What? How? Did I... Huh? Okay, actually, never mind. I know it just happened, but, like... Okay. Did that kill anybody? No? Okay, sweet. That could have been bad. Oh, no, it killed a pig. Whoop. Why you constantly build supports? Yeah, I mean, I thought I had that supported too, but I didn't think about it while I was deconstructing it. Devilish Potato's body does not want to get put away. All right, so I'm just going to make my life easy here. I was going to do a fancy thing there, but I think I'm just going to do an easy thing. Nope, don't go there. All I'm saying, Wakapekpe, is in my experience with video game people or people who buy video games on the internet, you tend to have one chance to please people. And if people uninstall your game, you're never going to get them back. That's my experience, and that's been my experience spending time paying attention to games and people who make games and people who, you know, buy games and talk to me. You tend to have one chance. And if people get disappointed and upset, they rarely come back. Especially if there are other games in the genre that they think are similar. And so for me, seeing responses like that is really disheartening. You're more than welcome to disagree and be more hopeful than me, but in my experience, it doesn't matter how much you update a game after somebody has decided they don't want to play it anymore. Also, I think that these blocks all got knocked through here by the Forgotten Beast because no more are falling through here. Stuff can get deflected through floors by creatures, so. And, you know, a lot of people, I've seen a lot of people, especially in this chat, saying, you know, people will come back for adventure mode. Some will, absolutely. I don't think everybody will. I think there's a lot of people who've just already decided that this isn't for them. And it sucks, but that just kind of is what it is, unfortunately. Trying to find a good spot to make an atom smasher, by the way, is what I'm doing. Maybe I just go down here. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. Let's just go down here. I was going to make an automated one up on the surface, but like we'll just do this for right now. I can deconstruct it later. It is great fun, yeah. Yeah, I mean, No Man's Sky is definitely like a massive exception to that rule, right? No Man's Sky is like the biggest success in that regard. Nothing really is on the same level as No Man's Sky in survived against all odds kind of situation. But when it comes to retention, the majority won't come back. Okay. Let's brew a drink from plant. What, people coming back or people not coming back? I don't know anything about what Hearthstone's trajectory has been like over the past year, 2 years, 5 years even. That's funny. Ibel, the farmer, has created a hematite coffin and offers it to the bloody dance of kings. Hematite coffin, hey? Coffin, you say? This is a hematite coffin. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with square-cut plume agates and decorated with horse leather, and encircled with bands of electrum and cushion plume agate cabochons. On the item is an image of the Lost Butcher, the adamantine weapon rack. In hematite, on the item is an image of Iru, Circle Wasp, the dwarf, or no, the elf, and Toguns, the fell seeds, the rock and Gabbro. The fell seeds, the rock is striking down Uru. The artwork relates to the killing of the elf Uru by the rock Tagaz. In the royal tooth in 149. On the item is an image of Bow Wandered, the Colorless Age, the Adamantine Spear in Forgotten Beast Bone. On the item is an image of kobold bulbs in Adventuring. What the heck's a kobold bulb? Chat, what's a kobold bulb? In Adventuring, on the item is an image of Forgotten Beast in Forgotten Beast Bone. That has to have been the beast that fought with us. Has to be. What? Did I not actually get to trade with them yet? I waited too long. Is there a plant called kobold bulb? Well, today I learned. Guess I need to look at the name of plants more often. Let's put a raising drawbridge here. Did they add adventure mode? So I don't want to completely destroy all your hopes and dreams, but they haven't even started working on adventure mode yet. Adventure mode's not going to be out for at least a year. No, Cerberus made us something else. I need to add a broker? Oh, duh. Brokely, you get to be my broker now. But it doesn't matter. We still don't have any merchants. They've already left. I feel like I've asked this question before. It's like, what the fuck's a kobold bulb? I feel like I've asked this question before. Let's just get this copper pick out of here. So yeah, no, adventure mode's not going to be out for a very long time. TLDR to what is adventure mode? Adventure mode is the other half of Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is a fortress building game, but it's also a procedurally generated open world RPG. So fortress mode, you play and build a fortress on this one square. Adventure mode, you play in the same world, except you can explore outside of the square, and it's a massive interconnected world. So instead of just being able to play in that one world, you can walk around this entire continent and explore all of the procedurally generated cities and catacombs and tombs and temples and other fortresses and all that stuff. That's what adventure mode is. So I assume everybody knows what Kenshi is all the time. If you don't know what Kenshi is, I'm sorry. But if fortress mode for Dwarf Fortress is the mode that inspired like RimWorld and all of those colony builders, adventure mode's basically just Kenshi. It's the easiest way to describe it for me. It's not 100% accurate, but that's as accurate as I can get. Sweet, more migrants. Okay. Well, there you go. Superior machinery. That's what adventure mode is. So it's an open world party-based RPG. You can have multiple groups. You can tame animals. You can found forts. You can go on quests, kill things, help local towns, hurt local towns. You can you'll be able to be a villain by the time the next release is out. Yeah, it's another game that's as ambitious as Dwarf Fortress's Fortress mode, except it's a solo RPG instead of other things. Body parts. Let's get everything just dumped. We're just going to dump everything that's left and all this. And I'm going to go to labor. We're going to go to standing orders. And we are going to go to... And there we go. Everything should just get dumped now. And anything that comes back as a ghost, we will just memorialize immediately. It's extremely fun, but like, you know how Dwarf Fortress is clunky and weird in a lot of ways? Adventure mode is exactly the same, Gimli. It's, you know, in a lot of ways, stupidly goddamn cool, extremely fun, really neat, has a lot of role-play potential, especially if you're an RP-heavy player. But it's structured weirdly. It plays weirdly. It's quirky and strange in the same way that Fortress mode is. So get excited about adventure mode, but note this, it's going to take a long time. And it's just as weird as Fortress mode is. And I'm sure that the update to it for premium will be just as weird and quirky in a lot of ways. Okay, I need a new militia commander. Because this militia commander is pissed. Let's see if you enjoy it more different, Dwarf. I'm gonna go around up here as well, and we're gonna dump some other items that I don't need. Yeah, I'm just trying to temper people's expectations. I'm not trying to disappoint people or anything, but people tend to have this habit of like taking everything I say as 100% what it is and not like in the caveat of keep in mind it's still Dwarf Fort. You know what I mean? So, as long as you keep in mind that it's still Dwarf Fort and it's still clunky and weird, there's plenty to enjoy. Man, there's some drama on the Steam forums right now. Kat, what kind of dwarf would you like? If you'd like to see the list, let me know. All right, let's drop this here. Clunky and weird in my Dwarf Fortress? Pfft, never. Make sure nobody gets caught in this. Can you be mayor? Yes, just let me make sure nobody's about to die. Yeah, there we go. Whoop. And perfect. Ton is the mayor. Cat mayor. She becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, so thus is an excellent mayor, because the mayor never does anything stressful. They just sit there and get yelled at and cried on. She does everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress, like becoming mayor, and Jen is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments, which is why she hangs out in her office and gazes at herself in a puddle of water because she's the mayor. She generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and isn't particularly curious about the world and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, does not easily hate or develop negative feelings and is quick to anger and is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world, often feels discouraged, and has a greedy streak, and is stubborn, though she is conflicted by this part in herself. She generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she lowers her eyes when she's annoyed. She scratches her ear whenever she's bored, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything. anymore. Like a good mayor should. Doesn't care when people come and cry on her. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, and finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, is an absolute believer in the rule of law, and would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, and finds sacrifice to be the height of folly. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She likes siltstone, tin, and precious fire opal, impala leather, and four-sided prisms, breastplates, and the sight of the adoration of butterflies. And when possible, prefers to consume kangaroo cheese and maize beer, and absolutely hates hamsters. Her hair is clean-shaven, and her nose is slightly hooked. Her cobalt eyes are slightly rounded, and her hair is pale brown. Her skin is dark tan, and her left foot bears a straight scar. Has no kills, so I guess that means that she's, you know, been through combat as part of the, you know, the great bird attack. You're talking to a friend who played DF, but he told you to mod it? Wait, what? Mod what? I'm confused. You'll get back to me on that? Hell yeah. I was gonna say, you better not start making demands of me right away. Okay. Okay, do we have any ghosts? Because if no, we may be able to get back to, like, actually constructing stuff. Currently, no. All right. Mod Dwarf Fortress with the Dark Ages mod? What, I mean, like, why would your friend immediately tell you to mod it upon you talking to your friend about DF? I mean, you can. Why not? I guess I'm confusing the whole the basis of the conversation. Okay, so I kind of want to remove this upper wall. All the miners gold make miners gold picks. Not the best material for weapons, but you can certainly do that. Pretty nifty and easy thing to mod too. I don't fill out any 90-page requests for anything. Unless the government tells me I'm getting audited, at which point then I'll just consult a legal professional. Please don't make me fill out paperwork. I don't care how important the mayor is. Also, I think we've recovered. Well, obviously moods haven't recovered, but we've recovered. I mean, I don't see any more bodies, so that's a good sign. That means that we are doing something right. We also have plenty of booze once again, which is also good. But the kitchen isn't where I wanted it, but hey, at the very least we have a kitchen. Can you revive me anyway? Please, Rez. All right, so we need to rebuild the military, right? Let's see if our new military commander is even fit for the job. That's what we need to find out right now. No. Not really. Does find a chaotic mess preferable to day-to-day living. Not the holy shit, I've never actually seen this. Was interested after viewing the artifact on display. I don't believe I've ever seen that before. Generally, dwarves just kind of ignore artifacts that are on display. Also, I've got too much livestock to really manage right now. I think I'm going to slaughter like 98% of them. Except for stuff that I'm immediately going to need. Might as well just have a food supply. So except for pets and a few breeding pairs of things like pigs. We're just gonna slaughter basically everything. We'll keep that dog. Keep the cats. And I'll keep the turkeys. For defense? Ah, yes, naturally. The legendary defense peacocks. What do you need? Are you... Okay, you're helping patients. Let's just make sure that this gets done. Always vote Kremlin, naturally. It's always odd to me that some dwarves get upset when they have to hang out in the hospital. It's like, you're getting to rest. Rest. Like, come on. They should be okay to just rest for a little bit. Rest and recuperate. It's not a shameful thing, dwarves. You need to work on your work-life balance there. Dr. Adam with the Prime subscription for the 5th month. Thank you very much for the first notification of money in 4 hours. Appreciate you, dude. And chat, can I get a couple beers for that? Who am I giving a dwarf to? Cat. It's kind of like when you wake up after surgery and you have all that energy, but you can't actually move. Never actually been through that, fortunately. Rap Hop, thanks for the Prime. Cheers. Gimli? All right. What kind of dwarf am I giving Gimli? I mean, obviously something with a beard, because Gimli. But... any preference? Or should we just go with, like, happiest dwarf that has a beard? Unless you want to be mean, and then I could give them the were creature that lives in the walls. Happy beard sounds good? Okay. All right. So happy dwarf with beard. Gimli. Spelling that right? For some reason, I always feel like I'm spelling Gimli incorrectly. He is always tense and jittery and very slow to anger, doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. He is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. And he is quite cheerful and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He is not inherently proud of his talents or accomplishments, and he tends to avoid crowds. He is quite polite, and he can sometimes act without deliberation, and when he's thinking, he becomes very still. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. And the game's doing this again right when I'm reading stuff, goddammit. Yeah, thank you very much for those 2 Prime subs. Cheers, chat. Today's been kind of a slow day, money-wise, which is fine. The past 2 days were great, so. Siri pronounces it Gimli? I can see it. I can see it. Gimli. Man. Maybe it's a Batman fan? What, Gimli? Is there a character named Gimli in Batman? Because... Gimli. Ah, yes, just like Jif. You know, now that you point it out. That's actually kind of funny. Jiffly, you know? Jim Lee was a writer? Was he? Okay. I know nothing about writers on Batman. I'm not a comic book person in the slightest. I don't even really watch comic book movies. It's just not my shtick. Well. You know, these slow load times might actually make me retire this world after this fort. That reads kind of like the person that a person I used to know who would get really stoned and then like halfway type words and like miss letters and like replace other letters with wrong letters. Not Papyrus, the Jandelf the magician thing. Yeah, something's going on with this world. I'm gonna be chatting with Putnam over the weekend about the beta branch stuff. And I'm just gonna ask her. I'll be like, "Yo, can you look at this world? Be like, what the fuck's going on here? There's something about this. There's something broken. Whatever it is." Jandelf the shite. Definitely no Gandalf. That's true. But you know, with my general pessimism and whatnot, I just want to say thanks to everybody for hanging out. You know, watching through the YouTube stuff and. Okay, I would, you know, you just said that, Broccoli. I would absolutely watch a Lord of the Rings parody where everybody's actually just various dinosaurs. Gilmas wrote too many books. Gilmas died 170 years ago. What? How could it have been Gilmas? Two immortal kobolds engaged in an eternal duel. God, that would be incredible, though. I know Velocipaster's a movie. I've seen it. Just like I've also seen Thanksgiving, you know? Speaking of movies that look super dumb, I might go see Renfield. I was considering going to go see the Super Mario Brothers movie this weekend, but also I've kind of decided not to, purely because it looks like the theaters will just be fucking crowded. He personally deeply dislikes competition and doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. He likes Garnerite, Electrum, and Chrysocolla? I don't know how to say that. Clear glass, NAF fabric, and the color lilac. Ballista arrows and mules for their stubbornness. In the words of the lazy phrases in this, and when possible, prefers to consume custard apple cider and absolutely hates slugs. You have too many horses? Oh no, that's horrible. Whatever shall you do? You had autosave happening month to month, and it was just so much of a weight. You learned to live with the You've learned to live with missed seasons of crashes. Yeah, I mean, saving's not supposed to take that long, though. Yell. His very long beard is arranged in double braids. His very long sideburns are braided. His medium-length mustache is neatly combed. His ears are fused-lobed, and his close-set, round cobalt eyes are bulging. He has a scratchy voice, and his eyebrows are high, and his somewhat tall head is extraordinarily broad. His nose is hooked, and his copper skin is wrinkled, and his hair is golden yellow with some gray. Well, I gotta say, it's nice to have a fort with like 90 frames. Like, things could be better, but hey. Gotta look on the bright side of life, as they say. I probably need to recognize new priests. Yes, I do. Just give it to the top one then. How about you? Sacred music. Once again, no named dwarves because they're all dead. Give it to the top one again. The population was actually 125. We were way lower than this, too. We went down to 25, I think. We got attacked by a giant fire-breathing bush tit. Also, can I just say that it's amazing to me that Dwarf Fortress is one of the few games where I can say we got attacked by a giant fire-breathing bush tit, and people will just be like, ah, yes, I know exactly what happened. This makes perfect sense. Anyway, we got attacked by a giant fire-breathing bush tit, and it got in the fortress through a crack in the wall because I thought I walled it all off, but apparently I missed a spot. As one does, yes, naturally. We won. My last remaining military dwarf killed it. Let's see if this new militia commander is any good. This one seems to like the job a little bit more. In terms of creating a great work of art. Seems to, okay. He seems to be coming around on it. We'll just, add dwarves that already have military training of sorts. Also, Baka Glass, I know that you died, but welcome back. You migrated here from the other fort. It seems. We'll go get new weapons. Oh, I know where it got in. Yeah, there was just a one tile in this wall wasn't completely constructed. That's all it was. Oh, Dwarves caravan has arrived. Why do I keep jumping up here? I don't need to go up here. I need to go down, 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 down. Double bug. Yeah, no, so the other one died. The main one died, but this one just came over from, I'm assuming, the last fort. You know what? I'm not even going to... I'm just going to sell all clothing. Okay, so I think my next goal right now is getting farming underground and in the caverns and sealing off a chunk of the caverns so that we can have farming in the caverns safely. That's my next goal. Me too. I thought that you were dead in the other one. Clearly there's just Baka Glasses wandering around in the world. Also, I have a question. Why is the glass dumb? What makes you a Baka? Yeah, and your dwarf hasn't died yet. Stellanitis. They haven't migrated here yet. I'm sure they will, but they haven't yet. Real smooth brain. Very bronzy, you know? Shimmering bronze. Just selling all of the leggings. All of the clothing. All right, what are we at? 34 items. All right, yeah, because a lot of them are already here. Broduin showed up. They're like, where did all the dwarves go? Why are there so many coffins up here? You had a necromancer clerk who is getting more and more angry for reasons you could not control, and you were considering giving her a drawbridge treatment until a weresheep arrived and ate her head. Well, that's good. Shout out to weresheep. And apparently there's a Fey mood happening, which I didn't even hear. A manager has been taken by a Fey mood and has claimed a Leatherworks. The Weresheep also happened to be a necromancer to raise the dead clerk and then proceed to kill her again? Well, you know the line in Zombieland, right? Double tap, which is rule number 2. Rule number 1 is endurance. So, must have had both of those things. Clearly watched Zombieland. A cultured Zombieland enjoyer. Well, we will buy those barrels. I will buy those buckets. I don't need a silver short sword. I don't need a bronze spear. I'll take the steel crossbow. I don't need those crappy training spears. I don't need any of these. I'll take the copper low boots, though. Take... It's amazing to me how expensive some of these bags get. It's like these ones that are just like encrusted with all these gems. It's like, why would I spend 1,000 dwarf bucks on a single bag? Like, never. Stop it. And cheese. Crutch. Splint. Books. Musings on classification, a copy. And cause and effect, a brief introduction. Sweet, training's done. And they're going to offer us a baron again, and we're going to say, respectfully, we need the fortress to be safe first, sir. Okay, so top of this is up here. So I'm just going to start going through here. Filling this up with slate. Because I want this area here to be part of the fort. And I need it to be safe. Yeah, that's 2 kills to death, in fact. Some more migrants have arrived, which is good. Enjoy the lurks, Brooklyn. All the dwarves die. Machine cat. That's pretty bad. Speaking of the worst, that's about as bad as you could get. All right. Forgotten Beast, Nagath Sesh, Birthbomb, the enormous eyeless spider with long swinging trunk that appears to be emaciated. These caverns are now yours. You can just have these until we fix this, which is going to take a while. Where is it? That's a spy. I don't know. Actually, here's the thing. I'm going to assume that it doesn't have webs. It might have webs. It doesn't necessarily have webs. If it does, I'm going to lock the door the second it gets to it. And also, I'm going to jump up to here. I'm going to add everybody to this upper layer and say, go up there now. Meanwhile, Minkot, the manager, has created Ustengungaz, a jaguar leather tunic, and offers it to the Bloody Dance of Kings, which we will look at in a minute. You wouldn't Rick it for the biscuit? I don't know who Rick is, but... The thing is, if it doesn't have webs, spiders are extremely fragile. So if it doesn't have webs, it'll just fall apart. Okay, here it comes. Why is it going that way? Just come over here, you silly. Yes, silly bean. Silly multi-legged bean. Okay. Hello, MB Audio. Your dwarf died, unfortunately. Also, it's good to see you. There is a beta branch with some cool new features. Game, what? Can you give me 5 minutes, please? Can't you see I'm busy here? There's also a giant on the surface, apparently. Okay, so it does have webs. All right, well. I'm gonna just lock this door. We're gonna jump up to the surface, wherever that critter is. This fortress has had a rough day. Can I even send orders? I can't even send orders. Captain of the guard. Colette, congrats. You're now captain of the guard. Wait, no, not captain of the guard. Leave vacant. Don't need that. This, militia commander. Yes, you go there. Does this thing have any items? Nope. But it does have 3 children. And it's, okay, here come Baka Glass and Foth the Mace Dwarf. And also a turkey. The turkey hen does get a good bite in on the giant's neck, tearing the skin and bruising the muscle. The giant grabs the turkey by the second toe with his right upper arm. The giant misses the turkey. The turkey dodged the giant. Chat. Yeah, 3 kids. A daughter, a son, and a younger daughter. Just like my family. Except I'm not a giant. Turkey, however, I think has probably seen better days. Wait, was it this one? Oh my god, it literally was this one. Turkey is fine. Hasn't even been hit yet. Anyway, Mace Dwarf bashed the giant in the upper body, bruising it. The dwarves are in combat with the giant, and Integer jumps in to help. Gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Indeed. Baka Glass is getting good hits in. In fact, is slashing the giant in the head with a short sword, tearing the muscle, which is very good. And the giant falls over. So we still have that forgotten beast in the basement. Shoutouts to the turkey. So let's just get them training. So the issue here... Detailing the legend of that turkey. Not to be mean, but I've got bigger problems right now. I would love to memorialize that turkey, but not right now. Also, the turkey didn't get the kill, I don't think. If the turkey got the kill, I will immortalize this turkey in grand history of our life, but I don't think it did. No, it didn't. We do appreciate the turkey's assistance, though. The turkey already has a name. It's a pet. Also, the turkey didn't even get hit. The turkey bit it once and flew away. Okay, so... This Forgotten Beast is my concern currently. Trying to figure out where I can do this safely-ish. Well, okay, I have a question, Gimli. Would you prefer I spend time building a shrine to this turkey, or actually dealing with the Forgotten Beast that's in the basement in the area that I want to farm? What would you prefer I do? I would prefer I work on the Forgotten Beast that's in the basement because it's an actual problem. Whereas the turkey is just, it's a turkey. So you want me to kill the turkey? You don't even care about the turkey. You want me to kill the turkey, Gimli. Okay, I'm going to stop taking all of your advice now. All right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to, I think, try and enslave this thing as a method of making clothing. It also ate Kogan, apparently. I'm not going to use somebody's pet to capture a Forgotten Beast. I actually, you know, honestly, what this has reminded me is that, once again, it's a bad idea to listen to chat. That's what this has reminded me. So, I think what I'm going to do is this.
I guess that monster was allergic to turkey. Crypt__SG.
I don't think that's possible. Like, can you be allergic to a kind of meat? More just like me thinking out loud. Got nothing to do with the turkey. Oh yeah, it's definitely got webs. Also, hi, Claiborne. Good to see you. Thanks for the first bits in 7 hours. Cheers. Let's go through here. Do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. You can be allergic to meat? Really? I thought meat was non-allergenic. Or you know? I'm pretty allergic to Steam forums, though, so I do agree with this one can be allergic to anything hypothesis.
Giggity, giggity.
Nothing giggity about this Forgotten Beast. Honestly. What? Oh. Dwarf's been missing for a week. Not much checks out. I think 2 died out there, so we're just going to wait until the second one gets found. Actually, no, I screwed this up. I need 2 wall pieces, actually. And a ramp in front of that. So I can put a wall piece up here. Because I need a roof. Otherwise, I won't be able to door it off, and we'll have to do this a second time. Although, actually, no, this is easier on this side, because on this side, I can just do this. And then I will build a shrine to that turkey. I will actually do that. I just want to get this Forgotten Beast captured first. Kogan. What's the name of the other one? Catan? Let's just get this stuff constructed up here. Wait, are we? Oh, wow. We are still locked in here. Can turn that off. Well, I've heard about the tick thing, but that's a viral infection, isn't it? It's kind of different than default allergens, but... I feel like I've heard about this before. The whole tick red meat allergens thing. Okay, let's Love how I literally... Yeah, let's just trap it for now. We'll trap it for now, and then we'll worry about what we're going to do with it later. That's going to be the order of operations here. Trap it now, figure it out later. Because I would like to use it as a silk farm, but this is not a good place for a silk farm right here. Also, it's literally right there, which isn't unnerving in the slightest. One of these days, I will remember to get rid of that notification, which also shouldn't be there. It was disabled and removed from that service like a year ago for copyright concern issues. And then for some reason, it came back, and I can't delete it from their servers anymore because it's not there. I removed it. I'm very confused about why that sound goes off. Thank you very much, Shark Jumping Wallers, for the $4.20. What? Like, lock it away now and worry about it later? I don't know if that's necessarily a good solution to any problem ever, but... I'm sorry, what? Budgie, why are you naked? I know that you are, Oh, okay. Budgie is a dwarf that is not alive. Budgie is a ghost, but for some reason doesn't have the ghost sprite? What was Budgie's last name? Where the heck did you go, Budgie? Didn't like looking like a ghost, but. Okay, that's a bad direction to go there, Jerry Gord. Jerry Gord might be about to die. Okay. Oh my god. Jerry Gord, did you leave your socks in there? Well, this is gonna be some yakety fucking sacks. Speaking of classic dwarf fort. So you want to know why this is going to be yakety sacks? Because I can now lock this. This creature is going to turn around. Now I have to go down here and unlock this door and hope that Jerry Gord can get back inside in time. Run away there, dude. Run away. All right, so now I can go over here, I guess, and unlock this door? Fuck. Ah, there's your name. Zassit, okay, Zassit something. Okay, where the hell is that critter? Run away, Jerry Gordon. About what exactly? Absolute. Yeah, stupid dwarf. You stupid, stupid dwarf. All right, I'm just gonna lock this door again. Once again, we'll worry about this later. About what? If it's super urgent, we'll just say it. What is it? What's up? That's it. That one. Urgent info. Spill the beans, please. I can't believe that that dwarf survived, by the way. You know, there is a very small chance I could just build a door right here. But it's small. The thing is, I can't exactly, like, drop a pillar on it. Also, it would just climb out of here, right? Because this is 2 Z levels tall, because I can't dig, right, normally. I have to use the channeling and ramps tool. So what's this urgent information, though? Absolute Quantic, if that's how you say your name. Pet food deliver? Oh, that's very good information. Uh-huh, totally. You're affiliated with Mr. Beast, then send him himself. I just went from taking you somewhat mildly seriously to not seriously in the slightest. Sorry, dude, but you're barking up the wrong tree, I think. Okay, so I need 2 layers tall. You know, Mr. Beast could literally offer me like $2 million to my face, and I would probably say no. I don't really appreciate that part of the internet very much. Why don't I believe you? Why don't I believe you? Think about that question for a second. If you have to ask me that, you're not affiliated with Mr. Beast. That's all I really have to say. Actually, why don't I just drop a boulder on him? Where is he? Right there? I have to move this chair. Okay, so he's gonna sit right there. Lenarno, what kind of dwarf am I giving you? Oh, man. Chat, look at it. Look at this fool. look at this fucking fool. Look at this fucking fool. Just look to oh no! I'm not gonna make it as a streamer. With a life-changing offer like this! Oh my god! I'm not gonna make it, guys! The fucking humanity! I'm not gonna make it! I've literally been streaming for 10 fucking years, you child! I'm, like, not gonna make it! Oh no! Whatever shall I do? Whatever shall I do? I'm gonna have to, like, redo my entire business plan and suck up to cunts like Mr. Beast. Ah! Actually, he seems like a fine guy, but, like, the kids that go around running around saying, I'm trying to help you! Implying I need help. Get a hobby, dude. All right. So if I do that, I'm going to be digging into the aquifer, which is going to be a pain to clean up, which could be worse, which isn't the worst thing. So we're going to remove that throne right there, which is directly above it, and I'm going to see if I can crush it. Because that's what actually matters here. I'm going to see if I can crush it. This is going to be really annoying, digging into the caverns and the aquifer.
Cheers, Crypt Beer.
I'm not gonna lie, it would be hysterical if this person was actually affiliated with Mr. Beast, but Mr. Beast himself could pop into my chat and I'd probably say the same thing. I will get by just fine. I'd be slightly more polite if it was him himself. Just ban him? Nah, way too entertaining. Way too entertaining. I can't pay for content like this. So is this an aquifer? Not currently. That's a good sign. No, Mr. Beast gets free promotion because people go around and do this. And in reality, this kid's probably just trying to make streamers say something silly. I rely on you to provide content? No, you're just providing bonus content. And I love how you devolve into insults. You're insisting that I'm going to fail without somebody who doesn't exist in this instance as money. You imply that money is the only thing that's of value. You imply a lot of things. You also are making a lot of assumptions about a person who you do not know. And also you are distilling this industry down into just view counts. What actually matters is retention and loyalty from an audience. And my audience is pretty loyal. They've been here for a long time. So, you know, you can say all you want. You were funny initially, now you're just kind of getting kind of sad. But if anything, people ask me for advice on how to retain companies. Only brokies cope about money. I am in zero debt. I have savings. I'll be buying a condo in the next year or so. I'm doing just fine. Thank you very much for your offer. Please kindly direct it to somebody who would actually be interested. Are you not retained? Patyrus. What's up, B? What's up, B? How's things? Billy C. It's good to see you. Hope you step on a Lego. Yeah, I agree with that feel. I too hope you step on a Lego. Speaking of stepping on a Lego, let's see if I can crush a Forgotten Beast. Run D4, that's mean. Gosh. You should, no, not Brokies McGee. You should name yourself Brokies McDebt. So, like, what's your game plan now? Is it just to, like, sit here and try to insult me? Because, like, trust me, if anybody's going to insult me, it's me. I'm well aware of what I've been doing and my mistakes and my niche content. It doesn't need your advice or assistance or takes or opinions or justification to exist. So, what is your end game here? I'm playing into it. Don't worry about it, B. You're so annoyed with this guy? You get kind of used to incompetent children trying to get a rise out of you. It's just the way this industry works. It's none taken, Gimli. Well, Absolute Quantic. I hope that you do something of value with your life in the future. Just that word. All right. Did we get him? Beastie dead. I don't think I killed a dwarf in the process. Creature's dead. So is the dude in the chat. It's so hard I have to run to the comment. All right, chat. No one say anything funny until Bear on a bus gets back. So no, apparently that person was affiliated with Mr. Beast, you know, the account that they made 12 minutes ago, and that I'm gonna fail as a streamer if I don't listen to this amazing offer they have for me. And you know what? Frankly, I don't care. There is blood there. Who is it? Odom Extance? Ah, there you are. In the hospital, unconscious, winded, injured. Ability to grasp impaired. Okay, so he broke a hand. It's fine. There we go. Apparently I have 2 memorials to that dwarf. Oops. Hard to deny his sales pitch, though? Yeah, well. So, we've got the critter dead now. Well, of course. Like, nobody's saying fucking Mr. Beast is gonna give you money, is actually affiliated with Mr. Beast to give you money. If Mr. Beast is going to give you money, one of 2 things happens. Thing number 1, you are a person in public and randomly you get a bunch of money tipped to you or something to that equivalent. Thing number 2, that could happen is he literally his marketing company reaches out to you in private. That's not how that works. Like, even Mr. Beast guy left, I banned him. Welcome back. So yeah, no, I mean, even if like if that guy was being serious, I would have known already. So it's the thing about Mr. Beast's content that's genuinely funny that some children don't fully understand is that he has to, like, reach out to you first. Am I still here? Yeah, he's banned. It also takes usernames about 10 minutes to disappear from chats when they've been removed from chat forcibly, so. Besides, that account was made 12 minutes ago, which means it's not real. It's like by default. It has no value. All right, so now we're gonna go back to cordoning off this lower area down here. But generally, people like that just aren't worth giving the oxygen to. I'm sorry for giving the oxygen to them, but that's fun sometimes. It's just cute seeing the same kids use the same tactics after so long. You know? But don't worry, Mr. Beast will one day give me an offer I cannot refuse. Belisi, thank you very much for the $50. And that's the second time you've done that in like a week. Just take care of yourself first, eh? The fact that he attacked your work for 10 years bothers you terribly? Don't worry about it. It's all good. Like, seriously. And also, like, the 10 years thing is kind of an exaggeration. Like, it's true. I have been streaming for 10 years. I've been full-time since 2016, which isn't nearly 10 years. The first handful of years were on and off and inconsistent and mostly just me trying to figure out what my content was going to be. I mean, anybody here from those super early years, like this channel was very different back then. I streamed for like maybe 2 hours a day. The content was focused on very different types of games. So while it is true that I have been streaming for 10 years, like, it's an exaggeration to just, you know, do what it is. And my content has always been extremely niche. I will never have a large audience. I don't really care, frankly. I mean, massive audiences are fun. It's nice when they happen. You know, I've had 15,000 people watching me before. It's a good time. But, you know, if I did this to be rich and famous, I wouldn't be doing this. I stream video games because I like making content and entertaining people. No, I completely agree with you. Person was being very rude, but also, like, don't feel that you need to compensate for random trolls. I'm more than capable of dealing with trolls. One of the advantages of having done this so long is I've seen every trick in the book, and, you know, they don't generally... Turns out they're not actually that creative. Well, thanks for saying thanks, Fried Onions. I enjoy streaming. That's why I do it. I don't know if they're trying to scam. Okay, I'm discovering some really strange anomalies. Things falling through floors when channeling up when there's okay, that's very strange. All right, well, I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Exactly, some fool. Exactly. I mean, at the very least, we get a little bit of cringy amusement out of them, right? And yeah, people can be very insulting, but frankly, if I let people like that get to me, I would have quit this years ago. Because, you know, what hurts a lot more is when somebody does that when you've been streaming for 2 years and have, like, you know, 3 people watching, which was definitely me when I'd been streaming for 2 years, right? 3 people watching. And also, a lot of those trolls, you can really tell what kind of people they are because they base all of the value of a stream on numbers of viewers and don't seem to realize that there are streams out there aside from the people in the top 200 that have several thousand people watching. And they assume that the only thing that people like me care about is getting into that top several thousand. Right? Like, that's, like, hold on. They assume that the only thing that people like me care about is getting into that top couple thousand of people, right? If I wanted to do that, I wouldn't be playing Dwarf Fort, right? I'd be playing Escape from Tarkov. I'd be playing Fortnite. I'd be playing, I don't know what's popular, Rust. I'd be playing Grand Theft Auto. I'd be playing, you know, the games in the top 10. That's what I'd be playing. Apex, COD. Yep. I'd be playing Battle Royales. That's what I'd be playing if I wanted to get to that upper echelon. And I've certainly had moments in my career where I've been in that upper echelon. And, like, December was that. You know, we had, what, 1,100 people watching, like, basically every day? That was awesome. I would love to do that again. That was great. But, like, I also realized, like, it's just not the reality of streaming this game. And I stream this game not because it's the most profitable or the best game to stream. I stream this game because I like the game. And I stream this game because I like the people who make this game. And I stream this game because I like and respect the community that this game has cultivated. And I want to be a part of that. So. I mean, I wouldn't say Crab Champions is very much a little flavor of the month thing. And honestly, like, we do worse when I play Crab Champions, so it's not like I'm playing Crab Champions for the views. Okay, this time I will actually read the word story. I canceled it earlier because all the dwarves were dying, but scrolling up. Where doo-doo you don't? Unless crabs can crabby patty carcinomas, I don't know how to pronounce that, to the ground. Wandering capybaras frequent airports where they chill in the room filled with mandarins. Blatant mischaracterization of said capybaras implies devilish plans. Who's this? Need. All caught up. Oh, no, I mean, I will play Crab Champ until I get bored of it. That's generally how I play video games. Although Crab Champions might actually have legs and claws, as far as that goes. Elise, thank you very much for gifting a sub. You're very kind. And MB Audio is gifting a hoodie, actually. This hoodie. If you want a chance to win a hoodie, ! Enter in chat. It's this one. Got this image of this. See, it's got a little fortress on it. Want a hoodie with a fort on it? You can win a hoodie with a fort on it. Very nice hoodie. Yeah, I know the feeling, melancholic sandwich. All right, let's do these. And also, you know what I'm going to do? A little trick for making farming areas completely clean. Just build floor on them and then deconstruct the floor. Every now and again, I see a name in Twitch chat, and I just wonder how Twitch allows you to have it, and I'm just endlessly impressed. Fart Smeller 69, that's one of the best usernames I've seen in a minute. Congrats. You're like, that's gonna stick in my brain for a bit. That's funny. Odia? Monticore. Click on that link to redeem your hoodie. And also tell MB Audio if you get to select the size. I think you do. Well, it's up there with like Sweet Sparkle Farts is one of the better names I've seen over the years. I also I've known some people who've had their usernames taken away for being too offensive. Like I knew a guy who had definitely not Hitler, and then he changed his name to Abra fucking Cadabra, and then he had to change it to Avaticazam because Abra fucking Cadabra got bopped. Sweet Sparkle Farts, yes. It was always very fun back in the day rating people when Sweet Sparkle Farts was watching my stream. Please give it to someone else. Yeah, then why'd you enter? I wonder if we even can. Is it possible to do a redraw? Yeah, Sweet Sparkle Farts was around in the Long Death era. Haven't seen him in a bit. Not on your end? I don't know if I can reinitiate it. Let's see. Ah, interesting. Boom. There we go. Oh, also, speaking of, because of this, there's a second one I've now just figured out how to redo as well. There's going to be another one going off in a second too, for a different t-shirt because somebody else redeemed one and then, or did a giveaway the other day. Jam Jalopy did, and nobody actually got the redemption. So re-enter now. I found the redo button, which is good. We're learning things. It's actually quite well hidden. I would show you guys where this button is, but like, it'll out people's emails, so I don't want to do that. Oh, game's running again. Good, good, good. Okay, so we're gonna build this floor here, and then I'm gonna deconstruct it, and this is gonna be my new garden. Garden plot 1. No, it's all good. I need to find out where those buttons are at some point. So that turkey that attacked that giant before I got stupidly distracted by that child was Tourist Zonjin. Freehold Boreas, congratulations. You've won a hoodie. And now I can trigger a second one. So Zonegen. Statue. Let's do brass. Brass? No, bass. Brass. I can spell brass. Statue. We're gonna make 1. The turkey. How do you spell that name? I'm just gonna screenshot it. Now my hotkeys ain't working. Why ain't my hotkeys working? Oh, it's because I'm typing in Twitch chat. Don't do that. Tirist. Zone. There it is. This is a turkey. So we will place the statue of the turkey in the middle of the gardens. How do you redeem? Click on the link. So it says fourth wall shop / redeem. Just click on the link that says /redeem. And also let us know if you get to select your size. Now, the second thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into behind the scenes. Another giveaway is going to go out, and this is for the Who is Dying in the Basement shirt, one that wasn't given away the other day. So this should start in a mo. There it goes. That's from Jam Jalopy from a couple days ago. Snatchers! Why are you down here? Oh shit, they got Ben Affleck! No! Not Ben Affleck! Oh, that's... And also his name's Astrog, you're not wrong. God damn it, Astrog!
Bring out your dead!
Alright, well now we have a mission. We have to go save Ben Affleck. Unbelievable coincidence. Unbelievable! Oh my god, this fort. Rescue Ben Affleck. It's my favorite movie. Oh my god. Goddamn kids. I know, right? Okay, so I'm gonna go up here and we're going to get rid of this. I'm also going to kill this stockpile. Oh, if you get gifted dwarf, you can give it to anybody that isn't a political figure. That's kind of my, like, within reason, you can name dwarves. Anything you want. Porcelet, thank you very much for checking out a gift. All right, so we're just gonna do plump helmets all year round on this one. Manticore Alpha, or Manticore Alpha? Manticore Real Alpha? Yeah, it's Manticore Alpha. There you go. You want a t-shirt. Says who's dying in the basement again. Because dwarves are always dying in the basement. Okay, so this is going to be for seeds. And we're going to remove bin or barrels. If you can actually enter your address. Oh, do you live in a strange region? It ships, according to the website, it ships everywhere except for Russia. But so if you don't live in an active war zone, you supposedly, according to the website, it says everywhere except Russia and active war zones. As long as you don't live in an active war zone, you should theoretically be able to get it. BC Hydro said they have no clue where you are. Oh, well then. That's not a good sign. Ship it to work? Oh yeah, true, there's also that. I generally just ship stuff to my parents' house. I have a starving donkey up here, apparently. Oh, there's... the giant skeleton is still on the surface. Yeah, you can't ship to North Korea and no active war zones. Nothing ships to North Korea. I don't even think North Korea ships to North Korea. But let's see if Manticore Alpha can get it sent. They don't have the tech yet? What, for North Korea? Yeah, probably. Wait, you ship to North Korea via China? Oh, that's interesting. Freehold Boreas, you've almost gifted 100 subs in my chat, you crazy mad lad. Thanks for gifting a sub to Pi. You're very kind. Oh, you ship. I understand what you mean now. Took me a second.
Crypt, crypt, crypt.
Crypt, crypt, crypt. Berries, thanks for the 33rd month. Means a lot, dude. I hope you've been aight. We've had an eventful day. But if you were watching from North Korea, I would have bigger questions about your safety. Yeah, no, I would too. Hope things are good. Today's been odd. That's how I would say today's been. Today has been odd. Not bad though. Just odd. Weird day. Weird day. Get rid of a squad making crashes on 3 separate devices. Squad making crashes on 3 different devices. And doing it wrong, it's always after uniform select. Isn't there a repeating crash? Chad, is there a repeating crash with squads and uniforms? I'm trying to think what could cause that. I seem to remember reading something about that, but I haven't encountered that myself. Are you on the beta branch or the normal branch? Also, thanks for like that little spat of hype there with all the bits and whatnot, because that was like 90% of my revenue today. But yeah, I'm not familiar with exactly what could be causing that. Because I would almost say I wonder if you could like update to the beta branch and see if the crash still happens when you do that. Thanks for the $1, Orange. No, I just mean people trying to throw money at that troll to make him feel dumb. Thanks for the $10, Giraffe. Cheers, dude.
Herpay.
Herpay. What? What? Herpay. Remember, chat, Herpay. Herpay? Oh, also, I need charcoal.
Hype.
Choo-choo. Mother truckers. Thanks for the $1, Boreas. An anonymous gifter has chucked out a 5-pack. Cheers. Thank you, Anonymous. Okay, so this lower area down here, I need to go around the edges here and, like, file it out. I don't really want to channel up in a lot of these. I could channel down, but then I'd have to dig it out, which I'm not certain I want to do just yet. Ooh, I just found a hole in the wall. Well, hold on. Let's actually just run up along here. Check those primes and your resubs. C-H-E-R-T. Oh. I require more masonry jobs. You get a sub and you get a sub. And everybody gets a sub. Also, Patchwork got caught in that. Shoutouts to Anonymous. Patchwork's been around this channel for a long time. That's a 38-month resub. Patchwork just got gifted. You like to imagine it's that troll from before apologizing? What, the Anonymous? Maybe. You missed the troll, sad face. It was just a person who popped in who said that they had very important information for me, and I was like, all right, what is it? And then they were just like, I represent Mr. Beast. It's like, oh boy. And then they started talking about how I am a failure of a creator if I don't accept the thing, and then I just laughed at him for a little bit, and then we got bored, and then I just ignored him after that. And then he started just like throwing insults, so I banned him.
Woot.
Dragon Man, thank you very much for the 36th month. Welcome back, dude. I hope that you feel better soon. Orange, thanks for gifting a sub. Bringing it up to a nice round 175. If you mentioned it, were you able to get your address entered in, Manticore? Dicks don't move that much, Boreas. Awesome. Glad you were able to get your address sorted. All right. So now we can just go back to this down here. We had rails on the hype train? Well, that's news. I'm going to deconstruct this, 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 and this. All my furnaces and whatnot. Did they make that statue just yet? No, they haven't made the statue yet. That's okay. Anonymous, thank you for another 5 gift subs. Appreciate you. Oh, I was like, why ain't no work? It's because there's a thing in the way. I got Bernie. Well, someone had to. All right, I'm gonna keep digging down a little bit because I need to find out if, actually, I need to find out if there's any trees in the lower caverns. But thank you for checking out another 5-pack, Anonymous. Whether you're the same Anonymous or a different Anonymous. Means a lot. Okay, so this right here. Do need to get all of this stuff cleared out. They're all the same until proven otherwise. What, Anonymous? True. This is going to be my metalworks industry right here. Elfie Bean, thank you very much for the raid. I hope that your stream was good. Hope it was productive. Let's use Salty. Who am I giving a dwarf to, if I can ask? What's up, Fire Witch and Elfie? Hello? Give it to the raider. Elfie Bean gets dwarf. Happiest lady dwarf? And here I was expecting you to give it to, I don't know, some comedian or something. So this stonecutter is going to be Elfie Bean. Effley Bean? Elfie Bean is now a stonecutter. She is 64 years old. She is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, and is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. She is very comfortable around others that are different from herself, and she is often cheerful. She is quite polite and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. And she tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, and she tends to avoid crowds, and occasionally overindulges and can handle stress. When she gets exasperated, she often shakes her finger. When she's thinking, she has a tendency to chew on her cheek. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally lacks any respect for family and doesn't care about art one way or another. Well, that's not very Elfie. Anyway, she likes pyrolusite, rose gold, precious fire opal, hemp, paper, and the color light brown, mail shirts and amulets and catapult parts, and when possible prefers to consume silvery gibbon and passion fruit wine, and absolutely hates worms. Elfie, would you be okay with being in the military? Because I think your dwarf would do well. Also, today's flown by the way. Like, the last 2 streams I did kind of dragged on. Like, felt like the days were really long, and then today's just like, bang! Suddenly I've been live for, 8 hours. Let's get violent. Okay. Gonna make your name obvious here. Slime Hunter, thanks for gifting out 2 tier 2 subs. That is very generous of you. Thank you very much. Let's see what you go equip as a weapon. Cheers, Slime Hunter. But thank you very much for the 15 subscriptions and $18 in bits. You guys are, once again, extremely kind. Did you come in from Elfie's raid? I assume, considering you have Elfie's emotes. Thank you much. So Elfie has a steel shield and a steel short sword now. Everybody except for this dwarf who's insisting on using an iron mace is using steel weapons. I'm gonna redo these floors because I kind of did, you know, drop something through here. Is that worrisome? She might be crying with happiness. Happy tears are a thing. Like, have you never seen something so beautiful in your life you just burst into tears? Or is that just me? And an anonymous gifter has gifted a tier 3 subscription to Slime Hunter. Damn, anonymous. Damn. Maybe you're just a psychopath? I went a very, very, very long time like that where I would say things like, oh, I can't remember the last time I cried, because it was true, I couldn't. Then my life changed pretty dramatically, and now, frequently enough. Orange is applying to Anonymous for the sugar daddy position. Maybe it's Mr. Beast, chat. Ace VNM, thanks for that Prime subscription. Cheers, friend. Enjoy the emotes and the ad previewing. This weekend, you finally get a dishwasher again, and you could cry every day because of it, just out of happiness. I don't know. I randomly burst into tears the other day, so it's like it's weird how emotional I've become over the past few years in comparison to what I used to be. But my therapist I saw once said it was healthy, so. Another one of these? Oh shit, this one's an Overlord. Where Civet Overlord Nagazbo Ushrer has come. A large civet twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for flesh and blood, and its eyes glow amber, because that's the color of its energy. Another 311 reference. Its brown hair is long and straight. You will know why you fear the night. How about daytime, though? Daytime pretty scary. Night, not so bad. Okay. It's in the pit. Is there a dwarf around here? Oh. Run away, Ton. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh. Got bit in the foot. Ugh. Ugh. Oh. Oi. Oi, indeed. Okay, I have to ask, why is there bodies on the bridge? Okay. So it's a goblin overlord. Overlord of what? Why are you So this is the overlord of the Tenacious Famines, which is an outcast group. Largely, usually that means that this is probably like a group of one that this guy is self-proclaimed overlord of, or lady. I don't know. Lady. She is self-proclaimed overlord of this group that she created, probably. What I would recommend, like, is it, where is it crashing? Is it crashing in a save, like when the game saves, or is it crashing, like, just randomly? Because what I would do is if you have a couple of autosaves, go back a season. Go back to whatever your previous most recent autosave is and see if it happens that time. Because I've been able to get around crashes by doing that, but I also haven't had that much experience with crashes in this version. And also the question is, are you using many mods? Because mods break saves left and right in Dwarf Fort. You're so confused by what? This dwarf and dog are trying to kill this goblin. Let's see if we can assist. Come on, Pooch. Oh, yeah. Get in the blood. Come on, doggo. Let's do this. Uh-oh. I think I just resized my window. Dog is fighting. Dog's doing a lot of missing. But did collide with it and knock him over once. Got some bites in. Several bites in fact. Shoutouts to this Pooch. You're a good dog. Beat the crap out of him. Kick his ass. We will not let you steal our children like Ben Affleck. Cue Yakety Sax theme. Did we see that goblin in the previous fort? I mean, we won't see them in the next one. But that wouldn't super surprise me if we did. Ben Affleck got kidnapped, yes. If Ben Affleck got kidnapped by a goblin. Which is very funny to me. I'm to the point where, like, I might not even go save him. That's how funny that is to me. An animal gets bit by a were creature, do they become the were creatures? No. So only sentients. So only goblins and humans and dwarves and elves can become were creatures. You can't have, like, a dog that's a were creature. We have to save Ben. Do we, though? Do we? I don't think kobolds can, because kobolds aren't capable of being... Actually, are they? Can kobolds get cursed? It's a gap in my Dwarf Fort knowledge. I've never seen one, if they can. I'll bet you they probably just die, usually. Like, I feel like a kobold is too weak to get bit and survive. I want sandstone, not siltstone. And then lastly, 2 metalsmith's forges out of schist using steel anvils. Oh, Yeah, you requested a dwarf, didn't you? My bad. Shit's been distracting for the last little bit. You're gonna jump on some crab champions if anybody... MB Audio is playing some crab champions if anybody's looking for a crew. You said bearded armor or weaponsmith. Well, I have one weaponsmith, and they don't have a beard. Would you like the furnace operator that has a beard? Hey, it's better than that one time that I totally missed the person asking for a dwarf. No, you didn't, Lenarno. You absolutely didn't. So what kind of dwarf would you like as well? I'll do both of these in one batch here. Today's been busy. Who said crabs? MB Audio. Inod looks good. Okay, so I will name this dwarf Freehold Boreas. And then I will do Lenarno, and then I will come back and read Freehold Boreas afterwards. Lenarno, what kind of dwarf would you like? Military with beard? Okay. I was gonna say they're all kind of pissed. The problem is, I need, hold on. I need a new militia commander because this militia commander hates their job. I'm gonna give it to the Mace Lord or the Mace Dwarf. So Lenarno is the militia commander. He has a very calm demeanor, and he is stingy with resources when working on projects, refuses to expend any extra effort. He is an optimist and prefers to be alone and lives at a high energy kinetic pace, and he sometimes can act without deliberation. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He does not go out of his way to help others, and he tends to be passive in discussions and occasionally overindulges and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and tends to consider what others think of him, and he is very humble and he is often discouraged, and he always scratches his head when he's trying to remember something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally disregards tradition. And he doesn't feel strongly about the law, doesn't care about art one way or another, and dreams of creating a masterwork someday. He likes fellite and sterling silver and alexandrite, giant gray langur tooth, and grizzly bear parchment, the color vermilion, and boxes and splints and blue peafowls for their coloration. In the words of the berries of serenity and the sound of the lacy phrases, and when possible prefers to consume persimmon wine and absolutely hates bark scorpions. He has a narrow nose, which is sharply hooked, and his long beard is neatly combed, his sideburns are clean shaven, his very long mustache is neatly combed, and his hair is, his long hair is neatly combed. His jade eyes are slightly rounded, and his ears are somewhat tall. His hair is copper, and his skin is dark tan. Lenarno. There you go. Sorry about that. Now we can read Freehold Boreas's name. It's description. He never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to the detriment and harm of those around him. He is very curious and sometimes to its detriment, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He has a very calm demeanor, and he relies on the advice of others during decision-making. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he rarely feels discouraged. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. Thank you, Boreas, for gifting a sub to Lenarno, and that's your 100th gift sub. That's crazy, dude. He personally feels discouraged, and he relies on the advice of others during decision-making, does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He rarely feels discouraged, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he tends to reveal personal information. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. I'm seeing vomit everywhere, which is leading me to believe that dwarves might be cave-adapted. And he tends to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he has an active sense of humor, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He has a greedy streak, and he tends to be and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family and personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals and finds the idea of laws abhorrent and hates those who wield power over others, and believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and does not care about friendship, and doesn't really see the point of working hard, and dreams of raising a family. It's a good selection, I say. Yourself with the whole thing. We're being... Where? Yes. Yeah. Not where, not where. Words. Oh, I need a third brass bar. Welp. Let's smelt hematite and make more charcoal. Mechanic has been possessed. They're running around. They grab silk. Just grinding away. He's perfect. Good. Hates power. Does not trust others. Trust those that wield power over others in the slightest. A good dwarf as far as I'm concerned. This is in a rocky wasteland. Ace. Rocky wasteland mixed with mountain. Okay, sweet. He's gained everything he needs. I'm going to make another quantum stockpile here, actually. I want a killinite stockpile because we're going to make 2 kilns appear. Oops. I always forget to click that button. This one. And then this one right here is just going to be for stone, but actually that doesn't matter so much. Is that just clay? Yep. But I want to make clay bricks. That is correct, Alamon. Also, Giraffe gifted a sub. Nice number of gifted subs. I'm just saying. Cheers, dude. Nice, V nice. Nice. This community's being so nice to everybody today. Saw it and had to go for it. Damn right, dude. And now we sit here and wait for this. Speaking of nice, I have 69 supporters to thank on merch. Sorry for taking so long to get to some of you guys for the merch thank yous. I'm behind on that in a little bit. What is the advantage in being mean? You mean like in general or today specifically? I mean, the advantage in being mean is you can blot out the competition and discourage others from competing with you. I don't know what the context of this is.
Yay,
SCJ.
5 months, let's go.
Thanks for the 5th month. Welcome back. It's good to have you around. Wary werebears were wary of the warehouse, wearing wares wherever. Why? That's all I have to say. You got a free hoodie and a free dwarf. I mean, I think you've paid for that hoodie in gift subs, but we certainly did get a hoodie. You made it back? Welcome back, Bear on a Bus. I'm still stuck in a save screen. This fort is still ridiculous. Turns out. The attrition of this fort has also been kind of brutal. I was gonna say, where are you, Orange? If it's warm enough to eat food outside. Because Orange posted food pictures on the Discord a few hours ago. Certainly not here. It's going all right, Bob. Today's been weird, but chat's been very kind, and so it's been nice. But it's been an odd day. Well, that's good to hear, SCJ. It's always nice to have friends. God, I wish. The game is just slowly compiling adventure mode for us. That's what it's doing, right? It's been a strange couple hours in DF. Adventure mode is not back in. Not even close. No, today's been odd. I mean, I rejected an offer from Mr. Beast. That's a weird name. Sorry. It's not going to stop being funny for a little bit. That could have actually been Mr. Beast on Mr. Beast's account, and I still would have been like, man, I don't really want that kind of fame. It'd be flash in a pan, it would be short, and it wouldn't be what I care about. Yeah, Mr. Beast's representative on an under 10-minute old account who starts throwing out insults. I'm sure Mr. Beast's going to fire his representative once he hears that his representative was going around insulting people on his behalf. Boy. Not mad, getting pretty used to it. Oh, not bad, getting pretty used to it. Yeah, no, it's adventure mode is cool. It's just weird in the same way that Dwarf Fortress is weird. Oh, right, I need to re-automate my beverages. The mechanic has created a Killinite mechanism and offers it and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Rigoth Murdered Figures. I don't particularly care about that one, but what I do care about is getting my drinks sorted. It is less than 50. I used to sleep with a body pillow. years ago, before I moved out. No, it's not out. Adventure mode is not out. And adventure mode is not going to be out for easily a year plus. The people talking about playing adventure mode are talking about playing it in older versions of Dwarf Fort. So no, adventure mode is not out. And adventure mode is probably not going to be out for easily a year. I think I'm just gonna make my life easier here. Go around the edge of this, and we're gonna fill this bottom bit in with some sort of construction stuff. No problem. It's just like if I don't over clarify that, people will see what you're saying and think it's out and then get disappointed. But no, people need to realize that adventure mode is going to take a long time. Well, I mean, body pillows are technically for pregnant women, right? To have proper back support and be able to sleep without crushing kid. That's what they're for. The actual use for them. But yes, they're also handy if you have back pain. Turns out having a kid also tends to give you back pain. Oops, that's not the tool I wanted. Oops, oh well. This is the tool I wanted. Let's just stick with the limestone. And this is slate. I think I got slate. Yes, I do. Not much, but... I mean, I use knee pillows. Because I'm a side sleeper. So I kind of... I hold like a blanket thing. And I put a pillow between my knees. It's like not the only thing that's made my knee pain a lot better, but it's certainly helped. We got so much schist. So yeah, no, I definitely second that statement of like recommending body pillows. They are great. Same with knee pillows. I personally am a big fan of my knee pillow. You know what? Maybe I'll just use the darker blocks. Considering we have a lot of them, might as well use them. Your hips filed for divorce in the morning? Wait, from each other or from you? Like, is this like they are banding together themselves to file a divorce against you? Also, you married your hips? I've got so many questions about the structure of this marriage. Those hips don't lie. Well, they also don't make promises, clearly. That or they just make promises that they can't keep. Untrustworthy hips, chat. Getting this area fancied up. Pandasaurus Rex, how was your stream today? Everybody's streaming today. Coca Koala, what's up? How's things, Panda? I think the mods would shout you out, but they're also, I think, busy playing Crab Champions. So, hold on a second. Let me finish this wall, and then I'll give you a shout out. If still alive, but they do have strong opinions. Raid the Raiders before they raid us. Quick, serve them beer. Oh, never mind. Mods are quicker than me. Thanks, Stone. I think Stone did that. We had some calamities in the fort today. Several were-creature attacks and a forgotten beast that killed literally 100 dwarves. We're still on the process of slowly recovering, but we've made good progress. All the same. I hope that Cheer Fort was good today. Today was a very eventful day. I turned down a actual personal representative of Mr. Beast, offering something. I'm not sure what. Aside from mild annoyance, we asked them to leave, and then they started throwing insults. It was horrific. As some child on a 12-minute-old account. Hi, here. I'm blind. You just have a concert tomorrow, and you have 3 songs to get memorized. Oh, God! You hit lava on level 1? Wait, like, on ground level? Because that's weird. Angry child yells at streamer. More at 11. Angry streamer yells at child. More at 12. Every time he mentions Mr. Beast. No, but we probably should add it to the bingo card. We should probably make new bingo cards, actually. Did try to watch a big streamer first run on Super Mario 64, but you have to stop. Your little child is sleeping and you couldn't stop laughing? Well, so you're watching me instead because I'm less funny? or because, like, I'm gonna stop you from waking your child up. I'm confused. Yeah, sounds like a normal Monday for me, Christeth. Because I wake up at 7, out of bed by 9, streaming by 11, and yelling at children. Or chat, or whatever you prefer. I realize that I'm not the highest priority streamer for you to watch Redbug, and that's totally fine. Chat, children, same thing. Not true. Half of chat's older than me. And I'm an adult, so... You're comfortable being called a child? So am I, but... I saw a ghost. Cybrick! Ghosts in my fort. What's the other one? My child just turned 29. I mean, wow. Okay. I'm impressed they made it that long. I haven't yet, so that's saying something. Oh, no, that's not what I want to do. I want to add new route. Let's add this. Let's say stone. All, sure. Load from there. And, yep. And, doop. There's a dwarf trapped behind that new wall. Oh. Well, I mean, can't fix stupid. Thanks for pointing that out, but... Difficult age, still your child. But they drive and have a child. When I was 16, I was a difficult child. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Whew. I would run and hide while I still can. Well, like I said, when it comes to the internet, it doesn't really matter your age, as long as you're not on a dating website. So, genuinely, it doesn't really matter. What, are you asking if you may be this in this? I mean, maybe. Can take a peek. That's a big migrant wave, though. Darius Codrin. Nobody else I'm seeing. That is a big migrant wave, though. We just went from 47 to 69. Mayor wants something. Breastplate. I literally... actually, I might be able to make an iron breastplate. What? Let's see if I can make a steel breastplate. That's a pretty big migrant wave, yeah. Raccoon with matches is risen. Terrifying. I think I already have multiple slabs for that dwarf, but... I'm hoping all your guys' dwarves show up. It's one of the best parts of Dwarf Fort is when previous dwarves show up. Go. Dwarves have been put to rest. That was a misclick. Just trying to get all of that kilonite down here. We can keep digging. Oh, the stickers arrived? Just because I can't keep track of who's purchased what. Which one did you get? I'm quite happy with this sticker that I bought. I bought a big Crypt Blank sticker and stuck it on my water bottle. Although I'm definitely going to get me that Gremlin sticker at some point. Can dwarves come and go? Visitors can, and non-permanent residents can, but your dwarves can't unless you retire the fort. If you retire the fortress, they leave and move around in the world as they please. But when you're playing, they can't just leave, because that would be a really frustrating mechanic. Oh, did you literally? Oh, you were the one who picked up all? Because I remember somebody picked up all of them. It was like a one of each thing. I think since then I've added one more. But cheers. Glad you like them. And your little girl that stole the other one. Man, so... I have a question, chat. If a were creature is also a necromancer, can they res things from the dead while in were form? Because that's terrifying. So, for those of you who missed it, the were-hyena necromancer Osta Harborntheranthi has come. A large hyena twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow yellow. Its cinnamon hair is unkept, and you will know why you fear the night. Also, good night stone. But we'll see you when we see you. Thanks for being a lovely mod. That's an angry hyena. I'm just going to tell the dwarves to fucking get the fuck inside and go give this lever a pull. Because this is actually scary for once. Where are you from? Former member of the Plated Unions. Something bad must have happened in the Plated Unions, because the Plated Unions seems to be where all of the were creatures are coming from. But that's a creepy critter, that. The fact that it's a necromancer. I'm just skimming its, the different things that it's been in. It's very interested in this minecart. Did we get it shut? Oh, wow, we did. So it's locked outside now. It can probably jump our wall. Oop. Let's see, have you... Killed its most notable kill was Deary Swallowcleft, the amphibian woman, who died in the year 240. I have a question. Does anybody here have an install of this world running? Because if you do, I would really like to know why that amphibian woman was notable. Be a were creature I expelled in the past and went to the Plated Unions and started an outbreak? Yeah, maybe. That would be funny. But, yeah. I'm going to screenshot that name, that notable kill. Wonder what made them notable. Pop it in the DF talk room. I'll grab it later. But yeah, that would be funny if it was me that started it. That actually probably isn't the case. We're finally getting rid of all these socks from this doorway here. Oh boy. These dwarves still aren't super happy. Gotta be honest. Also, good news, I might be going on a hike tomorrow. I'm happy about this. We've been trying to go on a hike for quite some time now, and every single time we try, it rains us out. And it's going to be raining the day after tomorrow. Not tomorrow, day after tomorrow. It's going to be raining, but it's not going to be raining that much. So, fingers crossed. We get outside. We'll just go with schist blocks. Makes you sleep well. It just cures my depression. Fresh air. Fresh air and camping. And also, no, it doesn't really cure it, but it certainly does help. So slate's going to go all the way across to here. Queuing up more construction jobs. Also, Darius was a hammer dwarf who's legendary, so we're going to throw them into the military. Don't piss off Thor. What? Don't get struck by lightning? It's supposed to rain, not thunder. But no, I don't generally make a habit of pissing off Thor. So I suddenly need a farmer guild hall. Trying to see. Guess we could fit a farmer guild hall down here. Ended up putting one up there. That's the Craftsdorf's guild. What if we expand out this tavern down here? And put a farmer guild hall in here. I'm very happy I don't have any sort of agoraphobia. Sounds awful. Well, I mean, underground it can. It's only a barren wasteland on the surface. Remember this. Preox used to be rich. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Preox who used to be rich? Congratulations, Preox, on once being rich. And also, you go get some sleep. Sleep's good. My next stream will be on Monday. Content will be on the YouTube channel till then. Trying to figure out where to go from here. Let's just build some more of these. Pandasaurus Rex, what kind of dwarf would you like? If you'd like to see the list, let me know. A brewer? I have Zephon or Stukos, looks like. Do either of those stand out to you? I'm absolutely happy that that's helped you, SCJ. Stukos? Okay. She tends to avoid crowds and has an active sense of imagination. Tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she tends to be passive in discussions. She could be considered rude and is not particularly ambitious. She does not tend to hold on to grievances, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She is moved by art and natural beauty, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is often cheerful and occasionally overindulges and has a greedy streak and is not particularly interested in what others think of her and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And she does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, personally has a great respect for fairness and finds artwork boring and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship and dreams of mastering a skill. Stukos likes claystone, bilin, wax opal, and icahedra, and maces in the words of the page of aquamarine, and when possible prefers to consume giant one-humped camel cheese and custard apple cider, and absolutely hates hamsters. She has a once-thin frame that is now ballarded. Her nose is sharply hooked, and her hair is clean-shaven. Her ears are extremely tall, and her slightly rounded aquamarine eyes are protruding, and her hair is ecru, and her skin is brown, and her nose bridge is slightly convex. All right, so here, I'm going to put down one line of chalk blocks on the ground. And that's going to be the edge of the what's the word I'm looking for here? Guild Hall. Guild Hall can have some slate pillars. We'll put in some windows. It's gonna be lovely. Well, cheers, Boreas. Thanks for everything you do. Stream wouldn't exist if people didn't watch. And then we would fail, just like that representative of a certain famous individual claimed. Still too funny to me. I've actually had numbers of people over the years tell me that my stream was going to die. Peers and other people, so kind of immune to it at this point. What's up, E-Taylor? How's things? Alleged representative. Yeah, true. I should say alleged representative. Because we don't know, frankly. Give me a sec. Let's go with nice. Oh, the amphibian woman. Born of unknown parentage. All right. Is there a TLDR on this? I'll go through that. Assume the identity of the ship of dreaming. All right. Yeah, seems like didn't really do a huge amount. Oh, I see. So they were a the amphibian lady was an agent. I guess that makes sense. Crime boss. Well, an agent, yeah. Okay, so Farmers Guild. Thanks for looking that up. Cheers. That makes a lot of sense, though, actually, that the particular person would be a something of that sort. There it is, Farmer Hall. Stream only dies when the streamer gets bored of streaming, or when streamer gets bankrupt. But this streamer hasn't gotten bored yet, so... Actually, that's not true. I've gotten bored several times. I then just go stream other things. I will probably be streaming, though, in some format until this industry dies. And not to be overly ambitious, but I don't see streaming like this going away. Maybe not necessarily on Twitch, but... I don't see streaming going anywhere. Once something becomes popular enough that it ends up in the top 10 most viewed websites on the internet, then usually at that point it's pretty set. I'm relatively confident that this industry will still exist in a decade, and I will probably still be streaming. Because, surprise, I like my job. Speaking of streaming, Kick has finally discovered its only use. They don't care if you stream entire movies on there. I watched about 3 minutes of the Mario movie on that platform. Because somebody just like, there's plenty of people over on that website that are just straight up streaming on repeat, unedited, pirated movies. It's something. That's what I did last night. For now thing until they get too big. Oh yeah. No, it's kind of fun. I saw a graph like 2 days ago from an analyst. It was just like, to those of you who think that Kick is like major competition for Twitch, Kick is like 0.01% of the streaming industry. Yeah, it's like the old days. The warm fuzzies. It's like, ah, yes, it's like the... Oh god, what was the name of the card game that Valve made? Fuck. It's like when everybody was playing movies in that directory. What's up, EnergyX? Anthem? No. No. Anthem was Artifact. Yes, that's it. I should know this because there's artifacts in Dwarf. Yeah, Artifact. Anthem was the BioWare third-person shooter mechs game. Dota. No, that's not a card game. Although technically Artifact was a Dota card game, wasn't it? Underlords, wait. Streaming was collectively watching streams of Babylon 5 and Nightmare episodes with people. Yeah. My early days on Twitch and other things was mostly spent watching League of Legends. Are you sure we're not talking about Gary's mod? I'm always talking about Gary's mod, constantly. Massive Gary's mod enthusiast. Is there a way to watch Pirates of the Caribbean unpirated? That would just be of the Caribbean, right? Okay, so someone needs to make a fan edit of Pirates of the Caribbean where they just remove the word pirate from the entire thing. Also that. Yeah, Disney Plus. Also, I hate to say it, but I think that load times for this world are actually getting slower. I just received information that a Kickstarter I backed succeeded. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I think this is the last fort for this world. I mean, it's been a fun world, though, regardless. You should go to PAX? Which PAX? I go to West every year. I go to East sometimes, but I don't like East, mostly because I don't like Boston. Snatcher, again, is this one also going to steal Ben Affleck? I mean, Ben Affleck's already been kidnapped, but maybe this one is Ben Affleck. That would actually be hysterical. Did you also get a child? No, and you're leaving. Okay. Both PAXs are too far away? Nah. Yeah, no, I don't like East very much. East is all in one big building, which I'm not a huge fan of. I'm a much bigger fan of the fact that West is in many, many, many small buildings. I'm not a huge fan of the one giant convention floor. Yeah. And also East is too expensive to fucking fly to. And, you know, because I'm a failure streamer who, you know, doesn't suck up to major companies, I don't really get many benefits. So this means that if I want to go to an event, I have to pay for it. I don't get like free passes to events and such, which kind of sucks. But, you know, also means you guys get a much more honest stream. But I'd have to go, you know, say nice things and whisper sweet nothings into Intel representatives' ears and then give you guys a whole lot of hashtag ads and sponsored tweets and shit before I could start getting free stuff. And frankly, I don't care. Rather just not go. Yeah, except Mr. Beast is an irrelevant major company. He's just an influencer who gets clicks because he throws money around in false philanthropy, which, kind of irks me a little bit, to put it lightly. Mr. Beast Guy was going to get me to PAX East. Eh. I sell out on plenty of things. Don't worry, but... Actually, you guys want to see something pretty cool? On the topic of selling out and PAX East? Look what they sent me from PAX East. His burgers are very meh. Yeah, because they're made from ghost kitchens. I got another drawing. Ain't that cool? I have to frame that. It's gonna go next to my other one. The love is real? Yeah. Okay, how's the value on this? Seems like the guild's established. Let's see, do I have any more tables? I do! I got 12 more tables. Do I have more chairs? I do not. Okay. Who's number one, fam? I saw the mood go off, but I didn't actually check if they got what they needed, and I guess not. Which is actually weird, because I would expect them to need... I mean, maybe I'm just going to let them go off in the tavern, because... theoretically, they should be claiming one of these. Because they're a smith. I saw it was a smith, and I was like, oh, okay. Well, I'll go check in with that. But, yeah, I see this, Celeste. But that's odd. What else could they want? Like, literally, armor smith is their highest mutable skill. Underneath that, it would be stonecutter. There's two forges here. Bookbinding isn't a mutable skill. It's also a craftsdwarf shop, which I have plenty of, so. So I don't know. What if I put one right in front of you? Oh, actually, hold up. Ah, that'd do it. I thought I turned that off, but apparently not. Also, a human caravan has arrived. Why do fish people look like slugs? They don't? They look like fish? I don't think they look like slugs anyway. I've seen plenty of slugs in my life, and they look nothing like the fish people in this game. Man, I've got a bunch of Forgotten Beast silk cloth around here. That's nice. How are they doing up here for value? See, armor's claimed it. They've grabbed 1 brass, logs, sheep's wool, naked moldog leather, a few other things. Should be fine. Let's bring a few gems down as well. Yeah, it turns out we left the burrow on for that mood, so. It will be fine now. But I think what we need to do is I think I need to start building my defenses, which is going to be, well, got a pretty good idea of what it's going to be, but. Silly burrows just ruining all my construction stuff. Get over here, Brokely. I need you to brokerly. Not much in the value way, but hey, we got aluminum. I haven't really brought too much that I need. Those buckets are useful, though. I will take that bronze whip. And trade. That'll do. All right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to jump up to here, right? Now, we've got this little side door right here, right? But I'm going to knock down this. The armor has created Reg Vakoranul, a brass breastplate, and offers it to the Bloody Dance of Kings. So I was going to make a Weaponsmith's Guild. I think this needs to go on in the Weaponsmith's Guild. That is super cool. Very nice ceremonial piece. This is a segmented brass breastplate. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with brass and decorated with alder. This object menaces with spikes of smoky quartz and chestnut. On the item is an image of the die of staves, the flowing metal, two-handed sword in naked moldog leather. On the item is an image of a decahedra in sheep's wool. That is really cool. So what we're going to do is I'm going to make a Metalsmith's Guild. We're going to go over here, down here, and down here, and maybe up to there. I think we can also dig a ramp up to here. Have a side entryway over there. For the random fake money. I don't know if it's random fake money. All money's fake after all. I think it's perfectly planned out money, not fake money. Is that an armor sword with a D20 on it? D12, yeah. Decahedra is a 12-sided die. I think. Chat says D12, so I believe. Chat room, speaking of D12s, it's time for you to grab a pint. Party time. Oh, for fuck's sake. Party time's over. God damn it, you canceled the music, you son of a bitch. Why would you do that? Anyway, party over. The Etten Snogom Kodentog has come. A giant monster with 2 heads. This fort refuses. This one has a sun. No items. The oracular trees. It's killed a bunch of elves, man. We should be friends. The music brings all the monsters, all the Ettins to the yard, and they're like, it's better than mine. All we have is drum. We hit drum sometime, and it go thunk, 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 thunk. That's all our music do. And there's a ghost. Darius punches the Ettin in the throat, bruising it. And then bashes the Ettin in the lower body with an iron warhammer, bruising the muscle and bruising the stomach. Charges at, the Ettin charges at Darius, and Darius bashes the Ettin in the lower body with his iron warhammer, bruising the muscle and bruising the left kidney. The Ettin itself seems to be doing rather bad. Is getting scratched by Darius, bashed by Lenarno. Did I give Lenarno a... Yes, I did. Bashed by Lenarno, and meanwhile, Lycott over here is screaming, "The battle rages, I laugh in the face of death!" Is terrified. But, you know, at least laughing feels no terror. Stop lying to yourself there, Dwarf. Lots of blood from the Ettin. The dwarves are dodging in and out of the fighting. That is a lot of blood. Bits and pieces are flying everywhere. This fight's going horribly for the Ettin. Most recently, the blank? The slashes the... That's weird. The pulls on the short sword. Okay, who's the blank? Oh, is it Elfie Bean? Oh, shit. Elfie Bean is in the military, and I forgot to give them a custom role. That's funny. Claiborne, who am I giving a dwarf to? And the dwarves appear to have finished off the Ettin and can now go back to training. The Ettin is going to get hucked into the garbage masher. What thing did you do, Bastet? Did you die yet? Nope. Wait, actually, no. Run, race, choke is dead. Basically, everybody died. Run, race, choke. Yeah, no, you are absolutely dead. You are dead because we went from, like, it was 120 dwarves down to about 25. We've since recovered a bit. You got deadified because there was a giant fire-breathing birdie, which might get made into a video. If you clipped a thing in my chat, just toss it in chat. You know what's funny? Person who just posted the Bible in my chat. Number one, you're marked as a suspicious user. And also, I was raised Christian, very Christian. Spent many years of my childhood in church. I never need to go anywhere near that shit ever again. Thank you very much for attempting to spread the good word of something that doesn't exist. But I will leave fantasy and fiction to people who enjoy fiction. You had a dwarf that got killed by crabs? I mean... Thanks, Orange. Fucking weird-ass people in chat these days. Jesus Christ. And the dwarf goes to... True Freak. Okay, are you truly a freak? What kind of dwarf am I giving to True Freak? Clay... Or C1 Iborn. I know his name is Trump is Jesus. I can read. Fortunately, he doesn't trump Jesus. I like fiction. Don't relate me with him. I don't know. I was grasping at straws. There. I was like, how can I like throw this back at this person's face? You know, I'm willing to bet that person is also the representative of one Mr. Beast, allegedly. Oh, absolutely, that was a Banivator. It was probably the person earlier. Just making the rounds. Any butcher dwarves? I do have cooks. Got a holy flute. 2 cheese makers, a milker, soap maker, a wood burner. How about a wood burner? Unless you want me to just give it to Avos, siege engineer. Holy flute! Okay. The existence of a site called Bible.com. I mean, for all I know, it's a redirect to a Viwith. You know what they really should be saying? You know, see, here's the thing. If that person who just got banned in chat was a serious Christian, instead of promoting Bible.com, they would just be promoting the Bible, which is purchasable on Steam. Available in your favorite fiction section of Steam. It has achievements even. They added more screenshots since I last looked at this, and it has this banner at the top now. That's very funny. Well done, Bible Games. They actually added a lot of screenshots to this. Why do they all have the window thing at the top? Anyway, high quality product, I'm sure. One of these days, it'll be cheap enough that I'll buy it. Speaking of fiction, this is the Holy Flute, True Freak, creator of Bob Rusather, and is a friendly individual, and she tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She has an active sense of humor, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, tends to be wasteful when working on projects, and when she's wow, I can't read. Hold on. My eyes are misbehaving. She often feels envious of others, and she likes to look, for fuck's sake. Despite the dangers some migrants have arrived. She often feels envious of others, and she likes a little excitement now and again. She often feels lustful, and she can sometimes act with little determination and confidence. She can handle stress, and she generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and she tends to act, and she can sometimes act without deliberation. She's nervous, she drums her fingers, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Yes, creator of Bob Ross. Why do you ask? Dreams of raising a family, personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. His introspection is important. She likes serpentine, trifle pewter, jelly opal, hemp fabric, the color crimson, and crossbows, and wombat men for their waddle. And the sight of the musical blossom, and when possible, prefers to consume pig cheese and strawberry plants, and pomegranate wine and whip vine seeds, and absolutely hates mussels. She is thin. Her protruding round eyes are incredibly close set. Her hair is clean shaven. Her ears have small lobes. Her pale brown skin is slightly wrinkled, and her hair is chocolate with a touch of gray. Who doesn't like wombat men for their waddle? Relations-wise, she's got plenty of close friends. A close friend, several other friends. And she is married to the sacred music. Which is kind of funny, because the sacred music is... So she's married to a religious leader of a different religion. Yeah, this guy. That's kind of neat. It's a match made in dwarf heaven. Must be, yeah. Don't mind the mangled skeleton. Pretty normal. That's not normal. Why do ghosts not look green no more? The hell? I kind of don't like it. What's your last name? Kokeb. Maybe they're baby ghosts? I didn't have that many babies in the fort. But yeah, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, they're both the same god. Yeah. It's the Earthen Creed and the Fabulous Coven are two of the most popular religions. You lost me. Ryoshin. Okay, so something else that I'm going to do. You have that effect sometimes, yeah. It's okay. So this is going to become the thing that people keep bothering me to do that I keep not doing. We're gonna make an archery range. It's less that it's scandalous and more just that it's kind of adorable. That's all I was really getting at. Let's remove these. And those. Smooth all the way across. Do it again. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Keep doing it until we get through those last few. The major hype for DF Steam version is down. How much different are your normal stream view counts from what they were before? Let me show you. Give me a second. Let's go back to September. Now, I can't show you the exact numbers because Twitch will get all pissy. But I can do this. This is a screenshot of my average viewers. There you go. So this is in September. Basically. We didn't get the release date announcement until there. That was where we got the release date announcement, was in November. So back in September and October, you can see me all the way down there. That was around, this was like around 40 to 90 viewers per stream-ish. Like on a good day, like this was a day where a friend of mine with like 1,000 concurrents rated me. And I bumped up to like 400 for a bit there. And then November was pretty great. We had like 100 to 120 people watching in November. And then this was like great because everybody rated me. And then people just kind of stopped rating me at around mid-January. And since then, it's just been drop off since January. And now we're pretty stable, but it's lower than I'd like it to be. I would like it to be closer to around here, which is like the 400 to 500 view counts, 500 at peak. We're now averaging about 200 per stream. The past 2 weeks have been a little bit below 200. It's been about 180. You found me in January? That's when a lot of people found me. Do I even have any accomplished ranged dwarves? I don't think so. We'll get 1 or 2 training, and once we get 1 or 2... Oh, we do have a... Brookley's a novice Mark's dwarf. Why don't you look at that? Gimli's a proficient Mark's dwarf. Well, you know what? We'll get Gimli doing Mark's dwarfy things. Also, I just want to try something. No, it does. Well, actually, so let's just hit all. Yeah, okay, so all stockpiles, if you hit all, no longer allows corpses and refuse. That's fantastic. Ammo. And no bins. Please. And also, no arrows, no blow darts, just bolts. I could just say none, just bolts. There we go. I told you not to put a bin there. Oh. Too late. They got the everything stockpile for a second. Well, here, I will just simply delete this stockpile and rebuild it. Oops, why did I hit that button? Yeah. I got shit, or I got it. We'll do that. Just give it a little bit of a color gradient. Ah, the Walled Coven. A completely different, unrelated religion. That's a planned thing for, what's it called? Myths and Magic, but that's not for a long time. Dwarves will be able to make golems. There's also a mod, I think, that lets them make bronze colossi right now. Makes them tame. I don't know if it's been patched to this version or not, but... Go get your stuff. You've got your crossbow? What's up, Quack Among Us? As well, by the way. Now that, yeah, as far as the averages go, I'm a little worried when it comes to the stream. I hope it stays where it's at right now because it's already dropped more than I really wanted it to. So, being kind of blunt, I'm a little worried at this point. Let's see where Gimli's headed. Picked up 32 iron bolts. Grabbed an artifact mug and took a chug. Asked for it melted to acid. Acid? I beg your pardon? I was gonna say, did you drop something? That's a little annoying. I might set saving in this save to annual. Ah, acidic secretions. We almost died to a bird with fire. Yeah, the reason I'm worried is just like the... Well, I mean, I was talking about this earlier. I don't know if I need to rehash it, but... I am currently a little bit worried with the state of things in the Dwarf Fortress streaming world. But still definitely bigger than it was before. Is that not just a dragon? Scarier than a dragon, because dragons don't fly, really, in Dwarf Fort. The surface ones have wings, but they don't fly, and the cave dragons don't have wings, so. Or they do, but they also don't generally fly. Then Dwarf Fortress's dragons are lizards with fire, then. Honestly, though, I think deadly dust with fire, or flying with deadly dust is the scariest, in my experience.
A little bit of save.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, there's people throwing money at me, and I'm not too worried about it in that regard. Thank you, Giraffe. But I'm still worried about, like, drop-off in the community in general. Because it's gotten... What's the word? Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little worried at this point. But I'm also generally a pessimist who's constantly worried about things, so... Yeah, but I'm at the sub goal because like 4 people have inflated it, right? So, you know, it's got nothing to do with subs, you know? And what Quack Among Us just said is fact, right? So, I don't know. I'm worried. It's got nothing to do with current sub counts. I'm worried. Right now, we're fine. I'm worried about 6 months from now. I mean, I could go back to where I was financially before, and I would keep streaming. But it's nice to be in a situation where I don't have to worry about bills. So we'll see. I'm not worried about Dwarf Fort. Zach and Tarn just, like, in the last, like, 3 months have gotten, like, $8 million. Like, they're fine. Dwarf Fort's fine. I'm not worried even remotely about Dwarf Fort. Dwarf Fort is completely stable and is going to have a lovely, wonderful future. I myself, as a streamer, I don't know. But that's because I exist in a extremely volatile industry. But earlier today, I was saying, 10 years from now, I will probably still be streaming in some format. But in the current space that I stream in, I am a little worried. I mean, like, to give you an idea, like, I make a normal salary right now. Like, a normal amount of money. There we go. I needed to set you to train. I make a amount of money that is sustainable for me to live, right? The issue and difference here between that and, like, where I was before is before I was not making enough to make rent most months. Or I was, like, just barely making rent. Let's try doing it this way. Let's take some fiddling sometimes. Accurate, that's accurate. You're set to train. Did you lose your bolts again, Dwarf? Keep seeing dwarves, like, taking the bolts away from him. That's odd. Yeah, we'll check in on you in a bit. So, I don't know. It's not that it's a bad subject. It's just people don't like listening to me, bitch. But, Clock Among Us, not to be mean to you or anything, but I don't see you here very often. So, if you want streams to exist, gotta watch. Cosmic Drama, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. But no, we're doing fine. So it's hard for you to be here. It's all good. Not like I'm paying people to be here. You watch when it's convenient to you, and that's how that works. We've got a new temple request for the Walled Coven, which is going to go down here. But yeah, I wouldn't say that Dwarf Fortress has died or anything. I don't think the Steam release has died either. Games like this have curves that do this. Every time it gets a major update, it'll get a bump. So we won't really know how well it's doing until the next major update. Was it? It was the Walled Coven. There it is. 12 worshippers. So frankly, at this point, when it comes to Dwarf Fortress and the health of Dwarf Fortress, it's too early to tell. There's definitely some people being annoyingly frustrating on the Steam forums currently about the speed of updates, and frankly, I just think that they're ill-informed on how this game works. But it's par for the course. Core community will stick around, and they have. That's all that really matters. Claiborne talks about everything like it's stocks. So, based on what Claiborne's saying, sure. But so is many things. Nothing is guaranteed to succeed. But by previous standards, I would say the Dwarf Fortress has already succeeded. I, however, am just an irrelevant idiot on the internet with a loud mouth who talks too much. So, we'll see. It's going to be a fun couple of years, I think. Why people get so upset that there isn't updates faster? You want to know why? It's because people see games as games. They don't realize how different games are and how different work is and how different working on games is. And they see Vampire Survivors come out in early access and update every 48 hours. And they think that every game is capable of that. They see a game like RimWorld put out an update every 2 weeks during its early access and think that every game can do that. They see a game like The Sims, which puts out an update once a week, and they think that every game can do that. They see games like, you know, I hate that line. I know that's a joke, Giraffe, but man, that hurts. Oh yeah, no, totally. Absolutely, WireX. But people ask me how I'm feeling about my streams, and I'm worried. But I'm also like a chronically depressed person with some serious anxiety problems. So I'm not a good person to ask about how I feel about my own future. I think the game's doing just fine. But asking me about my own future is generally gonna get you a negative response. And it's not even because I necessarily feel like I'm set to fail or anything. Like, I'm literally doing better right now than I've ever done in my entire streaming career. But my brain doesn't tell me that. That's not how my head works. Is that dwarves are here to trade, probably? Yep. But thank you, Gimli. So, I don't know. I mean, I've made more so far in the first 4 months of this year than I did last year. So, I'm doing okay. I mean, I survived for 5 years off of mostly nothing but Dwarf Fort, off of about 40 to 50 viewers, and then up to 60 and 70, so yeah, I'll be fine. I will be fine. How old are the devs for Dwarf Fort? Zach's in his mid-40s and Tarn's in his mid-40s? People who are certain about their futures are insufferable. I mean, as a band I like says in a chorus of one of their songs, all futures end in death. Ryo Sheencat meets with the Outpost Liaison Broduin. And no, we would like to maintain our distance from the homeland still. Got almost enough value in here. Seriously, I want to know what other, like, under the hood stuff they did for the for this like beta branch, because it's running way better than it used to. Yeah, I have. I have photo evidence of that, actually, Broduin. Photo evidence of that. If I scroll back down a little further, a little further, a little further, a little further, almost there. There it is. Okay. That me. Back in Tarn. And this is Kit Fox's community manager. Tarn looks like he's 70 years old in that photo. He looks better with his hair short. When his hair gets long, he starts to get like this crazy scientist look. Oh, are you getting stuck in the, what, in the Ritalin shortage? Or is this Adderall that you're having trouble getting? Pandasaurus Rex is now a religious leader, by the way. Is the holy mine? Suddenly realizing I don't actually have anything to trade with them. Yeah, I really don't. We'll just sell them cut gems, I suppose. I don't like selling cut gems, but we'll sell cut gems. There's more where that came from. Adderall in your case? Gotcha. Yeah, I know a few people who've like been hoarding their own meds. My sister included, actually. Got us some ghosts. Oh, shit. That one's green. Yeah, I wonder if children ghosts literally are a different color. Zephon and Rimtar. Only if weed's legal. Otherwise, it ain't worth it. Oh. Got an elvish peddler, meaning I left this as public. That's terrifying, SCJ. And we've got a stoneworker claiming a stoneworker's shop. Did you just cancel my 2 slabs? My 2 memorial slabs? Because that's kind of annoying if you just did. Yeah, they literally... Wow. Dwarf goes into strange mood, cancels my memorials. What a dwarf. Thanks, dwarf. So the other one's name was Rimtar. Tisk. I need this word. Yeah, exactly. The one that I just selected to put the fucking slabs at. Leve. There we go, that's 1. And 2. Rimtar, not Tarn. T-A-R. Different word. Also, wouldn't that be a Rimtoad? Just saying. burning through your vacation time, which sucks a lot. Why? So here's the thing. I am one of those stupid people that refuses to take pills when people prescribe them to me. So I'm not the person to, like, give helpful things to say when it comes to, like, running out of meds. Except for me, it's depression meds. So I'm not necessarily the best person to talk to about this, just to be clear. But don't burn your vacation time. Well, you have to prioritize what's important to you, right? If you can't focus on work, focus on other things. But I also don't have this problem. I don't know. I'm a really, really, really bad person to talk to about this. Id, the stone carver, has created Sebshus Sternus, I think, a hematite toy hammer, and offers it to the bloody dance of kings. Especially when it comes to ADHD, because I don't have issues with that. Can't relate. Because hematite's the most valuable material in the fort, mostly. Or it's the most valuable rock, and I have quite a bit of it. This is a hematite toy hammer. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular hematite cabochons and encircled with bands of pear-cut plume ogates. This object menaces with spikes of moose leather, bug bat leather. All at once? Okay. Put that down. Dwarves to add to this squad too. Actually, hold on a second. We have to still choose a... Okay, no, we don't choose a direction when we place those. All on this. That's interesting. Can I make this also a guild hall? I just make a ranger guild hall on top of that? It's an interesting concept. A guild hall in the path of bolts? I don't think they friendly fire, do they? Like, I'm mostly certain they don't. One way to find out. They didn't in older versions. Just went right over top of dwarves generally. So I got bismuth bronze and silver bolts. I thought that you picked up those iron bolts. Dwarf. They really need to add the specific material type selections for that military screen. Looking forward to that. Let's make... Okay, so let's do this. Let's make a bunch of iron bolts. Let's do 10. 10 stacks. That's kind of wild, Sham. Maybe that friend was just taking shrooms constantly without you knowing. Like they were actually just constantly on shrooms. I would just be immediately sus if I had a friend who was just like, yeah, let's do mushrooms for the first time, and then they have to take like 3 times as much. I'd be like, excuse me? That doesn't seem to check out. Something is off. I prefer things that grow in the ground, but LSD's interesting. Won't deny it. All right, let's keep digging. Could do around the top of this later, but eh. I would tend to agree with that, yeah, Gimli. Although I would also generally say that using recreational narcotics probably isn't the play either. It's never stopped many people, but I wouldn't recommend it. Just to see what you end up pulling off while painting. I would recommend shrooms. I don't recommend LSD. Not that LSD will necessarily give you a better experience, but shrooms are more mild. And like I said, I prefer things that grow in the ground. Depends on how much shrooms you eat. Energy. I find shrooms way easier to dose than LSD. That's a pretty good source of getting high, Gimli. Which is why I prefer shrooms. Because shrooms are natural. There's a really good line from a Seth Rogen movie, which is, no pills, no prods, no powder. If it grows in the ground, it's probably okay. And LSD can sometimes just not go away. Yeah, but there's also, like, you could just walk outside and drop dead. Also, that can happen with shrooms, too. The whole, like, yo, it rewires your brain. Yeah, it's like 1 in a billion. That's probably more common than that, but it's extremely rare. It's like if you take birth control, there's like a 1 in 100,000 chance you die of a blood clot. And apparently weed makes you into a psychopathic murderer, and that hasn't happened to me yet. But don't do drugs, kids. Yes, shrooms and LSD are drugs. I'm saying don't do them. Yet. Yeah, no, it hasn't happened yet, which is why I said yet. Something about reefer madness. What, in regards to doing drugs now? Well, take care of yourself, know your limits, and dose within it. Bullshit. You don't. Claiborne. Forgotten Beast, telling, has come. A great blob, composed of flame. It has wings and a gaunt appearance, and I'm locking the goddamn door this time. Fire blob has arrived, and I'm done with it. Did they get the socks out of that door? They did! Awesome! All right, well, I can lock this door. And go here, and I'm going to make... Actually, you know what? I'm just going to delete these 2 burrows. I'm going to make a burrow that's literally just this. Maybe, like, some beds. Like the kitchens, this stuff. I'm going to assign everybody to it. Unpause it, close all this crap. Scream loudly in panic. Open that, find the Forgotten Beast, jump to it. Look at it. It's annoyed when caught... Dude, if it's annoyed when caught in smoke underground, don't you think it would constantly be annoyed then? Oh! Exact. No, that literally happened earlier. The dwarf that installed the door took the clothes off and left it in the doorway. That's kind of horrifying. The water's going to evaporate when it goes into it. Look at this. Fucking love blobs. It's just like making all the water dry up. Just instantly. Just walks up to it and the water drains. No, it's too hot for the water. Well, I mean, smoke kind of hurts them. They can't pass through it. See what this looks like in ASCII. It's all steam. Oh yeah, no, Forgotten Beasts are fireproof usually. They can't drown, they don't need oxygen, most of them are fireproof. Although I've also had like Titans just like walk into lava and then like catch fire too, which is kind of strange when it does. You know what's funny? I could probably send the dwarves to just go fight it in the water. They'd probably win. Can they swim though? Probably not. They'll be able to after. Does this thing have any powers aside from water? No, just a gaunt appearance. It's literally just a ball of fire. So as long as we fight it on stone, we don't lose. But if it has fire around it, we lose. Let's see what happens. Let's see if the target is reachable. Man, Baka Glass is pissed. It hasn't evaporated enough for the water yet. Has it killed anything before, I wonder? Nope. The dwarves could probably wait in it? No, exactly. Like, I'm assuming this thing's going to drain the water enough that they'll be able to just run up to it. And as long as there isn't smoke around it, they can get to it. Like, look at this shit. They only need to hit it once, really. Then this happens. Then this becomes a problem. There's one giant walking campfire. Oh, no, it's just a giant blob of fire. It just so happens to be evaporating the water really quick. This fort has been eventful. This is a bad one to leave. Runway's jump. Oh, wow. He dropped down into the lower layer. Look at this. He's literally like a Z level down. Look at how quick he's evaporating the goddamn water. That is crazy looking. Wow. Literally, Shaku, yes. A great fiery blob composed of flame. The game decided it's time to save. Make a full-time hot steam bath for the dwarves? That would terrify the dwarves. YouTube short on this. I wasn't planning on making one. Maybe the flaming beast earlier. And we wait. We wait. We wait. We wait. This is the first thing you see the first time you tune into a live stream? I mean, it's definitely an eventful moment. But the long save times on this map ain't doing it any favors. Also, if I seem a little loopy or tired, it's because I have been streaming for 10.5 hours, by the way. You've been watching me on YouTube for months. Well, welcome to the Twitch side of things. The place that pays my bills. YouTube doesn't. YouTube isn't even covering my rent anymore. It's kind of sad. It's that goddamn adventure data, man. I mean, Twitch is still, so it's fine. Actually, I think Jerry Gordon may have done that by himself, but yeah, no, I'm doing fine. Don't worry about me. Do not worry about me. You gotta ruin your spine more to earn yours? Oh, do you work in warehousing, Chaku? Well, I mean, you know, like I got 3 million views in December. And I'm down to about 350,000 a month now. So, like, you know, you do the math. Also, like, we're in crappy ad revenue season, which is basically from now until November. It starts to get a little better in midsummer, but ad revenue is just shit on YouTube for the first half of the year, every year. So, makes sense. It'll go back up. You heard math. It's very simple math. In fact, it's just basic subtraction. Although pre-Steam release, I used to get about 80 to 100,000 views a month, so I'm very happy with the 350,000. No spine, no problem. That's not true, because I'm human. If I have no spine, that's big problem. That is very big problem. I require spine to exist. Without spine, I don't exist. Without spine, I flabby blob. That's not good. That's net negative, in fact. Subtract spine from human equal flop. You can't wait for cyborg spines? I can, because the cyborg spines will be owned by Amazon or Microsoft or Elon Musk. And that would end with me having to probably sign over the rights to my spine to somebody. And at the very least, they're definitely going to be harvesting the data off of that spine. And so, no, I can wait. Anyway, speaking of less dire things, there's a ball of fire walking around in this puddle. Look at this. Look at this little guy. He's so cute. Okay, so... Oh, for fuck's sake. Keep following the blob. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna station them up here. You guys can just go deal with that shit. Let's keep following the blob. Bonesaw, what kind of dwarf do you want? Actually, your child might still show up, just a heads up. We found a bunch of snatchers, too. Blob is walking, sort of walking towards my fort. This fort is just ice. I wanted a war fort. We're a war fort. If I could get a source of fuel, that'd be nice. Well, maybe it'll burn those bodies. Getting close. Just needs to, you know, walk in right here. So maybe the hospital gets in-wall heating. Hey, there we go. Hospital now has in-wall heating. Okay, so let's Oh, siege is done. Danger Caves wasn't... Oh, this is safer than Danger Caves by a lot. Oh shit, we got a barn owl on the surface. Look at that. I don't think I've seen the barn owl sprite yet. Pretty. All right, let's go back over here. I got another ghost of Christmas something or another. Iton. Let's do that. Yeah, today's been a lot of downers in me just being a bummer, but remember that no matter what happens, I'll still be here. I mean, I like this job too much, so. And turn off this. So when I say things like, you know, YouTube channel isn't even covering my rent anymore, that's fine. I'll get by. I don't need it to. Other things are. That's why I still have a Patreon, you know? If I was completely confident in my ability to make money on other platforms, I wouldn't have a Patreon. Which I'm not. So, besides, I gotta make a DF News video tonight. Talk about this public beta. Okay, so you, down here. Why do I always fat thumb that? There we go. Go place that. Nope. Claiborne. The vast majority of updates shouldn't break saves. Vast majority. So now I have this really hot boy. So the question is, what do I do with him? You have a good night, Bastet. We're winding down anyway. I've got a side job as an assassin. Oh yeah, no, man. If I was like more up on my memes, I would jump straight into the I am a like what's that? How does that thing go? The I am a trained like assassin in the Navy SEALs. Whatever that fucking thing goes. However that fucking thing goes. Something confirmed kills. Make a steam bath? Nah. No, if I use that thing for anything, it's gonna be to fight off enemy sieges. You dream of mastering a skill. Who's raising a family? How do you do with combat? Also, I need to give
What the
Bonesaw a
fuck
dwarf.
did you just fucking say about me, you little bitch?
Oh, that one.
I'll have you know I graduated top of my class in the Navy SEALs, and I've been involved in numerous secret raids on Al-Qaeda, and I have over 300 confirmed kills.
Yeah, that one.
I am trained in guerrilla warfare and I'm the top sniper
You
in the
really
entire
did the whole thing,
US
didn't you?
Armed Forces.
Mhm.
You are nothing to me but just another target. I
Ah.
will wipe you the fuck out with precision the likes of which has never been seen before on this earth. Mark my fucking words.
Yeah, what he said. Exactly. Grilled cheese sandwich rant is better. So no, what I think I'm going to use this for is I'm going to what? Frogman! Well, ain't that eventful. Are they armed? Uh-oh. Well. Who it is? It's Reg? I'm not commanding them to kill the blob. So the angriest dwarf? Okay, we'll give you the angriest dwarf that I can after this. Let's see, were they all unarmed? Bunch of unarmed amphibian dudes? Well, that's a shame. Well, in case this fort couldn't get mean enough to me already, we're now dealing with cavern dwellers, and they're unarmed. Oh, no, they had shields. And spears. Okay, well, that's not so bad. I don't feel as bad now. I must be out of coffins. The turkey's still alive? Yes, turkey is still alive. But I'm in the process of making a statue for that turkey, but I don't have enough brass, so. All right. Well, you can't have the most upset dwarf because that's Baka. But you can have this mechanic. Bonesaw. Not to be confused with Bonesaw, this child that's still alive in the world somewhere. He is very slow to anger, and he is only rarely feels strong cravings or urges, often feels lustful, and tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and he works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He is assertive, and he has a calm demeanor. He is trusting. He tends to avoid crowds. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he can sometimes act without deliberation, and he has an active sense of humor, and he often acts with compassion. He has a greedy streak, and his voice trails off whenever he tries to remember something, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. He personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, holds fairness to be of the highest ideals, and despises of cheating of any kind. He finds the whole notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, and he respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity, finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and values peace over war, and does not care about friendship. This dwarf is getting a promotion. You get to be a cop. He likes tetrahedrite, sterling silver, bonfire opal, wolverine leather, and llama wool, coffins and geese for their formation, flying in the words of the berries of serenity and the sound of the phrase of lathering. When possible, prefers to consume pond grabber. I read that as just gabber. I was like, what the heck's a gabber? And spotted ratfish and split beer, and absolutely hates amaranth flower. Or absolutely hates rats, not blood amaranth. He prefers to consume blood amaranth flower. Anyway, you over here can get this. And this. With Your dead spouse, I think? All right. That's because he's a believer in the rule of law. All right, chat. Speaking of believers in the rule of law, I'm not one of them, but this has been a great fort for today. We've improved the layout. We've built several temples, many more bedrooms, expanded to the guild halls, and built out a proper barracks, and we're still working on it. We got a hospital now, and we caught a ball of fire. We almost died to a fire-breathing birdie, which I will probably make a video out of at some point later next week. And we're now at war with amphibian men. This fortress is not getting boring, that's for sure. But what I will say is I have been live now for almost 11 hours, and my brain is starting to turn to mush. So I think it is time for us to save and jump back to the title screen. I think I'm going to set my game to annual saving after this for this fort. Yeah, no, we started at like 80, 90 population. We went up to like 120 and then dropped down to 20. So today was a day of ups and downs. But we're calling it. So you guys can say goodbye, YouTube, if you like. I'm not going to bed just yet. I have a video I need to make, but I do want to go take a break for a little bit. So, we were exactly at 69 at some point. Probably, yes. That happens to every single fort that is over 70 dwarves. At some point, they were at exactly 69 dwarves. But don't run off, because we are going to raid somebody. I want you guys to stick around, if at all possible. But first off, I just want to say thank you so much to everybody for hanging out today, because today was a fun stream. You know, we've still got a fantastic audience that's significantly larger than it was back before Dwarf Fortress launched, and regardless of how Dwarf Fortress is doing as a game, the stream's still doing a heck of a lot better than it was before, so we are all good. Concerns about player drop-off, I wouldn't be super worried currently. It'll have its day again. When does Shake the Box stream? I don't know what Shake the Box's schedule is. I've watched Shake the Box once the other day, so no idea. Let's see, who's on? Who's on that we could go say hello to? Well, I think we're going to go say hello to Ghost Wizards again, because Ghost Wizards was cool. So, chat, grab, you missed it, you know, I'm sorry about that, Mugwai, but, you know, we'll be on Monday. Anyway, I'm going to put on some musics. And then we're going to go say hello to somebody in the Dwarf Fortress directory. How does that sound to you guys?